bring in Katie Balls. She's Washington editor and a columnist at the Times and Sunday Times. Katie, great to have you with us this morning. Thanks so much for joining us. What an extraordinary, I guess I could say, 1 hour, 2 hours, 24 hours, or 9 or 10 days. Just talk us through how you saw it unfold in just the last 24 hours.
Yeah, as you say, it feels as though over the past week, but particularly even in the past 24 hours, it's been changing pretty rapidly, and it's been hard to quite get a sense of where things were going to land. But we always knew that Donald Trump wanted to be the one who brought peace. We know that he wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Actually feels a bit wrong that it hasn't happened already. And I think there was a point yesterday where effectively, obviously, Iran hit back, targeted US military bases, and it could have gone either way. There was a sense of, is this going to mean that there is more US retaliation? Instead, we hear from several sources that the Iranians had already consulted with both the Qatar and then also with the Americans, and therefore there were no casualties. And Donald Trump instead took this to be, well, they've gone for this almost to save face, and that's fine. If this is all they have, we can just move on. And then a few hours from that, of course, the news, which I think took many in Washington, D.C. by surprise, which is this idea of a ceasefire, which we're now hearing is in effect. Now, of course, we had to see if that really does stay in effect. There are some reports of missiles overnight, but this is the point by which you would expect it to continue as it should. And I think there is definitely a sense of optimism, both in the White House and amongst even some Trump skeptics, that perhaps this is bringing some resolution that even a few days ago looked quite far away.
It's so fascinating, Katie, that you're saying it took people in Washington by surprise as it did here. Do you get the feeling, being close to it all as you are, that there was a plan here from President Trump, or that he is being reactive to what's going on? Either way, I guess he'll be able to say to his critics that, look, my show of force has worked, and his peace through strength moniker is in action.
Yeah, if it holds, of course, he will be able to say those things. I mean, I think where Donald Trump has been consistent is in the sense that he has not been talking about regime change in a serious way. Now, there was a tweet on Truth Social where he talked about regime change and saying, oh, it gets a bad rep, make Iran great again. And that did, I think, spook a lot of the Make America Great Again base. But also he tweets a lot of things. I think generally speaking, it's been quite clear that Donald Trump saw this whole mission and so forth as trying to stop the development of nuclear weapons, rather than what some Republican senators have been talking about, which is a mass regime change. And therefore, you've seen Donald Trump, who obviously likes to talk about the art of the deal, changing tack at different points. And I think some of that is to keep your opponent guessing. He has said before that when he defines America first, some in the party would define it as isolationist, but he said it's being more unpredictable in terms of your foreign policy. And I think that if we do look at some of the things that have been said over the past week or so, he definitely has kept his opponents guessing. And that can mean that you can perhaps bounce people into positions that they wouldn't go along with if it was a bit more conventional.
Has he also kept, Katie, his allies guessing? Obviously, it's a big area of discussion here, and we'll be joined by Pat McFadden shortly. But I guess my question is both relating to international partners, who I think we know he has kept guessing, but also his allies domestically. What have we learned in the last week about who his allies really are, who he actually listens to?
Well, I think we're definitely getting a sense of those who are the most trusted and those who Donald Trump will speak to. And of course, when he gave the brief speech on Saturday night, you had J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio all stood behind him, all potentially tipped to one day be successors. But certainly, I think Marco Rubio is emerging as someone who is very senior and well regarded, despite the fact the pair did not get on when they were, of course, rivals for the nomination. I think Susie Wiles, Donald Trump's chief of staff, the pictures in the Situation Room of Susie Wiles there. So there is, whereas you're hearing, I think, Tulsi Gabbard and others, perhaps a little bit more on that out, even though there is pushback there. I think there's also the question about the MAGA base, which is, there's been a lot of obviously criticism of Donald Trump from figures such as Tucker Carlson, the former cable host. You've had Steve Bannon, the godfather of MAGA, also voicing alarm. But it's been interesting that the White House has been reaching out to these figures that you might say in the MAGA sphere, which I think is an acknowledgement that they do see the risk of actually having figures on the outside really turning against you who have connections to the base. So that's been another facet of it. And then on the international point, I think it is the case that the UK government has been more out the loop than they would have liked to be, and has had to probably learn. I had one government figure say to me that ultimately, the problem they have is Donald Trump changes his mind every 2 hours, which means it's very hard to predict, even if you're a close ally. But certainly, I think that it is a president where everyone is looking to him, and not everyone around him really has a sense of where he's going until they've spoken to him.
Katie, just finally, obviously the president's heading to the NATO summit, and we'll be talking to the government in a moment about the extent of smoke and mirrors on this 5% figure versus legitimate increase in defence spending. But as you've kind of pointed to in some of the earlier parts, the president does like to claim a victory when there's legitimate sort of grounds for him to do so. And what's your take on this announcement from all these non-US NATO members of hitting 5%? Is he going to continue to criticise them and say it's not enough, or I'll believe it when I see it? Or is this a moment where he can change his tone towards European allies and NATO and claim this as a victory he orchestrated?
I suspect it would be seen as at least a partial win, on the grounds that does anyone really think that these countries would be talking about 5% without the pressure from the White House and Donald Trump? Of course, as you point to, there's a serious question as to where the money is coming from, how these things come to land. But I think Donald Trump, as you say, does like to take a win. I mean, the UK-US trade deal, we had that big press conference in the Oval Office, both with Donald Trump really talking it up, and then of course it wasn't signed or fully agreed for some time after that. So I think if he wants a victory lap, the UK and others have given him something that he can point to, and I suspect that after the initial ceasefire that's been agreed, he'll be heading to NATO on a high and wanting to continue that sense that he is a president who is getting things done, and this does fit into that narrative, so it'll be quite helpful to the president and his team.
Great stuff, Katie. Thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. As I said, we're going to be joined by the government, by Pat McFadden, no less, in just a few moments. But first of all, let's just get another update from the region. Tom Cheshire's in Jerusalem for us. And a reminder of the breaking news that we got, 15 minutes ago from President Trump, that the ceasefire is now in effect. Tom, bring us up to speed for people just joining us. He initially announced it late last night. Then overnight, there were questions because of some missiles that did penetrate Israel. I guess relief to see that tweet from the president in light of all of that. Just bring us up to speed.
Yeah, I mean, we're having a lot of clarity now. I don't think we necessarily had that before. There was some confusion over timelines, talks about the 12th hour, the 24th hour stage of this, perhaps that Israel would be allowed to continue hitting targets in Iran, even while Iran was keeping to that ceasefire. But I think things are settling down, both with Iranian state media saying they're observing their ceasefire. They're saying they're the ones who sort of came up with it rather than being bullied into it by Donald Trump. We still haven't had official confirmation from Israel. What we have had is an update on the number of people killed in those 6 waves of ballistic missiles in the early hours of this morning. Now 4 people are confirmed to have been killed. That could rise still because those missiles hit a residential complex and rescue workers are there now. They're pulling people out of the rubble. There was some confusion there again, especially about that last wave, which landed after the ceasefire deadline, but was fired before it. So right up until that line, Iran's still firing missiles. And the Israeli Air Force says that this morning it was hitting launchers, ballistic missile launchers in western Iran. So they were active too. We don't know about any other information around that. But as you say, that post from Donald Trump saying the ceasefire is now in effect, that is clear. And given that clarity, if it is the case, if it is hold, if it is both sides ceasing fire, because that is how it has to work, I think the next question will be, well, if the war is ended, who's won the war? And I think it is a stunning success for Israel and the United States. The regime in Iran still there, but it's lost a number of key leaders. And if he had said this, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, that Israel would enter a war with Iran, and that 12 days later it would be over, and around 20, nearly up to 30 people in Israel have been killed as a result of that. I think that would be hailed as a stunning victory. So if this ceasefire does hold, I think that is going to be viewed here in Israel by the United States as a victory of achieving their goals. The lingering question is what it means for Iran's nuclear program. Obviously, Fordo, that site was hit by B-2 bombers, the only air force capable of hitting it that deep. We don't know what it means for Iran's nuclear program. We've had J.D. Vance, the vice president, saying it's set back years, equipment has been destroyed. But what does it mean for the future leadership of Iran? You have a supreme leader who's 86 years old. He may not be in charge for long. There may be power struggles already as a result of this war. What does it mean for the nuclear program? I think that's where attention turns next.
Tom, as always, thanks so much, Tom Cheshire, for us there live in Jerusalem this morning. Let's now speak to the government. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Pat McFadden. Very good morning to you, Minister. I'll just recap what the President tweeted 15, 20 minutes ago, that the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. A great moment, I imagine, in your eyes, both in the short term after some overnight question marks over the ceasefire, but also in light of the last 10 days overall.
Well, I hope it's right. It's a fragile situation. 3 people were killed in Israel overnight. But if these hostilities have come to an end, I think people will breathe a sigh of relief. And as your reporter was just saying, the big question remaining will be, what is the state of Iran's nuclear program after this, and how do we bring it conclusively to an end?
It's interesting to hear you say, if this is true, and I know it's an unfolding situation, but I think you'll excuse my question on this. It implies and reveals that we're sort of a bystander on all of this.
No, I'm just saying it's an uncertain situation. You know, during the night when there was a ceasefire had been announced, missiles were still firing. The Middle East is always a fragile situation. That's a statement of fact. So I hope this ceasefire holds, but I can't predict the future. And we are in a situation there where we've seen a lot of military action, particularly over the last 10 days.
Which we have been a bystander on in terms of attempts to influence, either withhold or encourage?
Well, we've not taken part in the military action in the last 10 days. We weren't asked to take part. It wasn't something we were involved in. What we want to see is Iran's nuclear program brought decisively to an end. And all the way through this, including during the last 10 days, what we've said is that has to be, in the end, by an agreement. And we hope that's what now takes place.
Yesterday, your Defence Minister, Luke Pollard, couldn't answer the question of whether the government was disappointed that the US acted over the weekend or pleased. Are we able to answer that question now?
Well, I don't think we're disappointed. If this brings Iran's nuclear program to an end, I think the world will be relieved about that. The US is a strong ally of the United Kingdom, and we're a strong ally of the United States. What we now want to see, if this ceasefire does hold, is Iran, having learned that it can't be allowed to proceed with this nuclear program, agreeing to bring to an end, once and for all, their attempt to develop a nuclear weapon.
So I guess, I'll put it a different way. I mean, President Trump talks often about peace through strength. Is this an example of that in action? And I guess with that, do you commend the decisive action that President Trump took over the weekend? Well,
you do need strength, and that's why we are announcing a national security strategy today as a means of reaching the new NATO goal, which is likely to be agreed at the NATO summit that meets today, of increasing our defence and security spending further to a total of 5% over the next decade or so. You do need strength in this world if you're going to have a peaceful world. That's something the UK has always believed in, and that's why we've always met our NATO commitments.
Well, I'm coming to the NATO agreement, the next question, but just to round off that final one, do you commend the decisive action that President Trump took over the weekend to get us to where we are?
Look, it's their decision. It's not a military action that we were involved in. What we now want to see is Iran agree to end its nuclear program, and that's what I hope happens now.
I need to update the breaking news that Israel has just said that 9 people were killed this morning, not 3. I guess we're both reacting.
Well, that's what I mean about fragility.
Yeah.
You know, this is fragile, and I hope it really does come to an end now.
I guess, again, we're both reacting to this live. I mean, would you have to commend Israel if they show restraint in the next 24 hours and adhere to this ceasefire?
Well, I hope everyone adheres to it. The one country that doesn't come out of this as winners is Iran. But if Iran agrees to end its nuclear program once and for all, I think many countries will be relieved about that, not least many other countries in the Middle East.
I mean, I know this isn't what you implied, but I just wanted to clarify. I mean, Israel's not been a winner in recent years either.
Well, look, I'm talking about the events of the last 10 days. I think they've been a huge setback for Iran, and that setback isn't the only one that Iran has had. It's been funding proxies in the region for years. They've also had a setback there. If you compare the strength and standing of Iran now compared to, say, a year ago, there's a big difference. But the process is not finished because we don't know for sure that they have given up on their attempts to get a nuclear weapon, and that's what the world wants to see now.
Let's talk about the announcement today. I mean, 5%, this is a sea change.
It's a big step up, and it's a big step up that's been coming for some time. We set ourselves on this path with the announcement to increase defence expenditure to 2.5% of GDP over the next couple of years. This is a longer-term target today. The 5% is made up of 3.5% in core defence spending, what we normally understand as spending on our armed forces, on our Army, Navy, Air Force and so on, with another 1.5% on broader security and resilience spending, things like border security, cyber security and so on. It's an ambitious target for NATO, but we've always met our NATO commitments in the past, and we'll meet these ones too.
I'm sure you know my next question is, how are we going to pay for it? If we put to the side the kind of new parts of spending that didn't used to fall under this umbrella and just focus on core defence, 2.3 today, you've already outlined how you're going to get it to 2.5 by 2027. 3.5 is a long way ahead of that still. Is the Chancellor in the autumn statement going to outline how we get to that? And if she doesn't, what do you say, not so much to political critics or annoying journalists like me, but to President Putin, that this is a genuine pledge that will be met? Because until we know how it's going to be paid for, it doesn't really feel like it.
Well, if you look at what we did with the increase towards 2.5, it's actually 2.6, including intelligence spending. We set out how we would pay for that. And it's not easy to pay for these things. There's no shying away from that. And we did that when we made the announcement. And the spending review that was announced just a couple of weeks ago has been clear on how everything is going to be paid for. We'll take the same approach in future years, but there'll be a number of spending reviews between now and 2035. And as we increase defence expenditure, we'll always say how it's going to be paid for. There's also a review clause halfway through this increase where NATO members have agreed to look at this on the trajectory, on how all this is going in the year 2029. That's going to be an important point to check progress and see how we are doing. So this is a long-term, sustained increase in our commitment to invest in our own defence and security. And this issue about 3.5% and 1.5% is important because we can no longer think of security in the traditional way as just on the armed forces. This is about the strength of our society, about our cyber capabilities, about our energy security, some parts of our infrastructure. All of these contribute to us being a stronger country.
I'm sure you've seen some of the comments President Zelensky gave exclusively to Sky News' Mark Austin last night, but interesting timing on this. He said it's too slow. He said that by 2030, Putin's army would be back to full strength, and indeed even felt that in the next 3 or 4 years, Putin would test NATO's resolve by invading a NATO country. Is this too slow?
I don't think it's too slow. I think it's ambitious. I think it's a credible plan. And I think it's really important that the UK, as a leading NATO member, agrees to this commitment and that the other NATO members do so too. Look, if you look at the broader sweep of this, this call from President Trump for European countries to do more to secure their own defence It's got sharper since he was elected, but it didn't just start with President Trump. This has been coming for some time. Parts of this programme NATO has been developing now for 2 or 3 years. And Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, has brought this together in a plan that's going to be put to before this conference over the next day or two.
Is President Zelensky being over the top to say that it's a threat that Putin could invade a NATO country in the next 3 or 4 years?
Well, look, I think the aggression shown by Russia and President Putin in invading Ukraine has been, or should be, a wake-up call for the whole of Europe. We see the fight that Ukraine is engaged in, which the UK strongly supported, as being not just about its freedom to decide its own future, but about European security as a whole. So if you're Ukrainian, if you're the president of Ukraine, it's not surprising that you're issuing warnings about Russia's aggressive intent.
You also said that some components made by British companies are reaching Russia to be used in weapons manufacturing. Do the sanctions need another closer look?
Well, we should always be reviewing these to make sure they are as effective as possible. Sometimes there are complicated supply chains. You don't quite know where a particular component will end up. But we want the sanctions to bite, and we'll always try and make sure that happens.
Just want to move on quickly on to welfare. Dame Meg Heller's amendment on the welfare bill, is it a sensible amendment?
I don't think so. Reform in welfare is really important. I don't think we should be relaxed about a situation where the number of people on disability benefits is projected to double in the course of a decade. That's not good for them. It's hugely costly for the country. The package that we brought forward is a sensible package, which also combines significantly increased support for disabled people to get into work. So I've seen the amendment, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions between MPs and the whips over the next week or so before the vote. But the package that the government's brought forward is a good package of welfare reform, and I hope that my parliamentary colleagues will support it. And
there's no plans to sort of meet her halfway to introduce some tweaks so as not to face this down in a vote? You'll face the vote if necessary.
Yeah, we'll face the vote, and we're always happy to talk to MPs, and if people have got concerns about the package, we will always talk to them, but we can't shy away from the need to reform the system, or else if we did, we'd be saying that we are content to see this grow both in numbers and costs year on year, even after these reforms. Mm-hmm. The number of people on disability benefits is still projected to increase. This will slow the rate of increase, but it will also, critically, get more support in place for disabled people who want to work.
Pat McFadden, always a pleasure. We appreciate the slightly extended time as well, given the breaking news. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Pat McFadden there. Let's get straight back out to Tom Cheshire, who's live in Jerusalem for us with some updated numbers, Tom, sad numbers, based on that missile exchange overnight. And again, just remind us of what it did or didn't do to the ceasefire deal.
Yeah, again, as the ceasefire had been announced, there were wave after wave here in Israel of ballistic missiles fired from Iran. 6 waves in total, right up until the deadline. In fact, after that 7 a.m. deadline here. We can update you on what's happening in Beersheba, where a residential apartment was hit. 4 people have been killed in that, 22 injured. But the emergency services have told Sky News it's a complex operation. That search is still ongoing. There could be people still in the rubble. We have seen pictures of people being carried out alive from that rubble. We've also had an update from Iran. This is from the Reuters news agency, quoting a deputy provincial governor on state media, saying that 9 people were killed early Tuesday in Israeli strikes on residential buildings in the northern Iranian province of Gilan. That is news. We had heard from the Israeli Air Force that they had hit targets in western Iran. They had said they had hit launchers that were primed to be part of that salvo that struck here in Israel this morning ahead of that ceasefire. So we'll wait to get confirmation of that. We haven't been able to independently verify that. They do say early Tuesday. There's not a specific time, so whether that again was before or after the ceasefire, but early Tuesday perhaps implies it was before that 7:30 Tehran time deadline. And Iranian state media, as we've previously talked about, they have said the ceasefire is now in effect. And of course, we do have that very clear statement from President Donald Trump saying the ceasefire is in effect. We haven't had official confirmation yet from the Israeli government. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu, he's the Prime Minister, had a security cabinet meeting 2 a.m. last night where he talked about, not asking for approval, but talking about what he had talked about with Donald Trump around the progress for a ceasefire and asking everyone to keep a media silence on that, which hasn't been broken just yet. So we are still waiting. But as it stands, we haven't had more alerts here in Israel of incoming waves. That rescue operation is ongoing, but the ceasefire does appear to be in effect for now.
Tom, just give us a snapshot as well of the mindset there of people in Jerusalem as events unfolded in the early part of the last 24 hours, I guess, getting to the point at which President Trump initially announced the ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, this has not happened long ago, has it? I mean, even in the space of the last 12 hours nearly, those missiles from Iran were heading over the Gulf to Qatar, to that base. They were intercepted. There were no casualties, and things moved very rapidly after that. Now, there had been briefings around here in Israel that actually Israel wanted to wind down the war by this weekend coming up. It's happened a lot quicker than that, again, if the ceasefire does hold. And after that, the sort of choreography unfolded fairly quickly. There was advance warning, of course, of that Iranian strike, that retaliatory strike, which they were able to hail as a great success. But very quickly, it became, from posting on social media, a very new way to find out about a ceasefire. Bit of confusion around that. Things moved very, very rapidly. And I think, you know, by the time people were going to bed here, that was sort of news. It was announced. People saw, hey, look, this war is ending. And then woken up at sort of 4 or 5 in the morning by these alerts that sound on your phone, told to go to shelters by the Israeli Home Command to shelter in place. And, you know, the results of that have been seen. Even though that ceasefire was announced, this was a deadly missile strike on this residential compound. Iran still has force. It was still deploying force right up until that last moment. So I think there was a bit of apprehension around there. But the fact that since then there hasn't been a subsequent attack, you've seen people on the street, cars around, people going around their business. Frankly, a lot of people do that during those warnings anyway. But it is, you know, come to life as people go about their jobs, go to work. It feels a bit like the sort of tense part is over. That could all change. There could be retaliation from either side. But as it stands, I think people feeling a sort of reason and a bit of wonder, just that, you know, this has happened so quickly and so comprehensively, and it seems to be that this war is over.
Tom, great stuff. Thanks so much. Tom Cheshire there for us in Jerusalem. Mari's here on set now to discuss all of the significance of this for the UK and react to what Pat McFadden was saying. Most interesting to me as it relates to the situation in the Middle East was this change in... Yesterday, Luke Pollard simply wouldn't answer the question of, are we disappointed that the US struck Iran or are we pleased about it? And he said, well, we're certainly not disappointed. He didn't say we're pleased, and he wouldn't go as far as to commend President Trump for decisive action, but a small step towards kind of acknowledging they weren't against the strikes, or at least now they have to say that.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel like a shift. As you say, it might look tiny, but these things, every single word ministers say on the airwaves is very, very deliberate and chosen very particularly. So it does matter that he actually did say that, and that the kind of almost slightly softening of that position in regards to the US military action in Iran in comparison to Luke Pollard, where he just was not wanting to give anything away whatsoever. I think it is significant. I mean, he once again repeated the same lines that we'd had, saying that, you know, the UK was not involved. You know, they wanted the Iranian nuclear program to cease, wanted to bring that to an end through diplomacy. But at the same time, you know, he was reacting live to the situation, just as you were in that interview, which is why it was such a fascinating interview. And he was saying, you know, I hope the ceasefire is holding. So clearly the British government isn't necessarily 100% convinced. They are also watching this and hoping themselves that things will calm down. But the fact that he couldn't say, I believe the ceasefire is definitely in place in the way that we've heard from Trump means that clearly the UK government is perhaps slightly scrambling to figure out exactly what's happening on the ground and trying to perhaps speak to different counterparts across...
Yeah, that part was interesting as well. I mean, clearly all of us are observers on what is going on literally right now in the Middle East itself on the ground. But diplomatically, I think, it is quite clear we've been an observer on what has been led very clearly by President Trump over the last few days. Come maybe to the NATO summit at the end, but the welfare stuff I thought was really interesting. And this is obviously pivoting hard back to domestic politics. But, clearly this is not something where the government is planning to lose or expecting to lose or trying to offer something in the short term. And they're going to fight this, and it just raises the stakes, because if this amendment gets selected, it's a real challenge for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The stakes are high. This is a real moment of political jeopardy for the Labour Party right now when it comes to the welfare reforms. Pat McFadden trying to look quite relaxed about it on the airwaves, but Sky News understands that, almost 100 MPs have signed this reasoned amendments tabled by Meg Hillier and also supported by 12 Select Committee chairs, and she's the Treasury Select Committee chair, just for those who aren't aware of who she is. And so, actually, the government cannot afford to be relaxed about this. I've been speaking to Labour MPs for weeks about this legislation. I know that Treasury and DWP ministers have been meeting several occasions with MPs that have been worried, trying to persuade them not to vote against the government, trying to persuade them that what they're doing is the right thing. And what we keep hearing, and what we heard again from Pat McFadden, was that they should not be relaxed about the number of people who are on disability benefits that is set to double over a decade. And what they're saying is it's not sustainable, it's not reasonable, we cannot afford it. And in order to protect the welfare state, we need to claw this spending back in. And Pat McFadden was clearly saying, we're still going to have more people on these benefits, even if the reforms do come into play. And privately, the government really feels that actually this is really not huge reform in the way that they might be branding it. It's a drop in the ocean. And the numbers are still going in the wrong direction in terms of what the Treasury would like to see. And so there's always been that kind of relationship between the Treasury saying this is way too much money, and then the more kind of DWP or, your constituency MPs who are concerned on an emotive level, an electoral level, as to how you actually sell this to the public.
Let's talk about the NATO summit, where obviously the PM will be off to. And with this big announcement, it looks fantastic, 5% of GDP, albeit 3.5% on sort of core defence spending. I think so much of the tone, all of the tone, really, will be set by President Trump. And if he's got something to celebrate in the Middle East, it does just make me wonder whether he'll then decide, OK, this announcement from NATO allies, maybe it's got a bit of smoke and mirrors about it, but let's jump on the bandwagon and celebrate it. So it's really interesting to me. We all have that question. How's it going to be paid for? Does it mean anything until explicitly it's laid out by the Chancellor? Pat McFadden didn't, fully answer that question by any means. But the tone could be set by President Trump, and that might be a positive tone in the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll be hoping that Trump will welcome this. We'll see this as, the UK and other NATOs really mobilising and listening and responding to Trump's requests. I think that there are a few areas that I think will be interesting to keep an eye on. So the 2029 review clause, I think, is really interesting, because that review clause, as far as I'm aware, could potentially be used to perhaps have another look and say, oh, we're going a bit too fast, let's just slow this down. Let's just delay this.
Which obviously Pat McFadden framed as a check to make sure we're all going fast enough.
But it could be the other way around, and we know that nations like Spain, for instance, are already kind of slamming the brakes on with this. So I think that 2029 clause is a really, really interesting one to watch. Second of all, as we've been saying for a while, Labour might not necessarily be in power by the time they have to complete this pledge. So to an extent, it's more talk and less action. And I think also what was interesting when you were asking him about this as well was he was saying, we're going to take the same approach as the spending review, going to make sure that everything's really well thought out. But again, that sounds great in theory, but all these things might displease Trump if he looks at the numbers and thinks to himself, hold on a second, you're fudging the numbers over here. So we'll have to see how he takes it.
All right, great stuff. Well, Mara will be here for the top stories after a short break that we're going to take now here on The Breakfast Show. A reminder, the top news is sad that Donald Trump says the Israel-Iran ceasefire is now in effect. That comes despite 9 Israelis dying in overnight missile exchanges. We'll be right back.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin.
The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks.
If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach. This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live.
Live here from Washington.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock, our top story. Donald Trump says that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is now in effect, but only after an intense night of violence.
Plus, Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky speaks exclusively to Sky News and warns that British companies are still helping to arm Russia.
It's Tuesday, the 24th of June. Your headlines. Donald Trump hails the end of what he calls the 12-day war between Israel and Iran.
As he heads to the NATO summit in the Netherlands, the US president is claiming his biggest foreign policy win.
At least 4 Israelis killed after Iran launches 6 waves of ballistic missiles in the early hours of this morning.
Also ahead, Ukraine's president tells Sky News that weapons components from the UK are finding their way into Russia despite sanctions.
Of course, UK companies never delivered a weapon to Russia. Of course not. But there are some components from some companies.
And nearly 100 Labour MPs join a rebellion against the government's plan to cut disability benefits. A very good morning to you. The US President Donald Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire, which is now in effect. State television in Iran has announced that the ceasefire has begun after 6 waves of missiles were launched at Israel in the early hours of this morning. There's been no official comment yet from Israel, where at least 9 people were killed overnight. And this is the scene at one of the locations where the missiles hit. Well, we've got all angles of this covered for you this morning. Tom Cheshire's live in Jerusalem. David Blevins is live in Washington for us. We'll be joined by Deborah Haynes shortly from The Hague, where leaders are gathering for the NATO summit. Tom, first of all, bring us up to speed, particularly with that situation overnight on the ground in Israel.
I mean, it's been so fast-moving. Over the last 12 hours, around 12 hours ago, there were Iranian missiles flying at a US military base in Qatar. And things have moved incredibly quickly since then, often confusingly. There was this announcement of a ceasefire by Donald Trump on social media, but the timings were interesting. It was quite hard to work out exactly what was going on. People went to bed thinking a ceasefire was going to take effect at some time today, but they were woken up by alerts on their phone. They rushed to shelters after there were 6 waves of ballistic missiles flying over Israel, flying into Israel from Iran. Now, one of those missiles at least did get through Israel's defenses. It struck a residential building in Beersheba, the biggest city in the south of Israel. Its hospital was struck a few days earlier and has resulted in multiple casualties, the first casualties for a few days. Now, rescue workers are there. They've told Sky News that the operation is complex and ongoing, so that toll could rise. And obviously bringing into questions about what does that mean for a ceasefire, especially since that 6th wave landed here after 7 a.m. local time when that ceasefire was supposed to come into effect. Now, Iran, state media has said the ceasefire is in effect, and it appears it launched those missiles before that deadline. And that is something we have seen in conflicts around here, that even after a ceasefire is announced, the sides keep firing until that ceasefire takes effect. We saw it in Lebanon last year, where Israel kept hitting Beirut right up until its ceasefire with Hezbollah, then stopped, although it has been hitting it since. As far as we can tell, as you said, there's been no official confirmation from the Israeli government, but it does appear to be holding. The IDF said they had hit sites in Tehran, in western Iran, they'd hit missile launchers which were primed to take part in that salvo that struck Israel today. Iranian state media, according to Reuters news agency, are saying that actually a residential building in Iran has also been hit in the early hours of the morning, resulting in deaths there too as well. But here on the ground, it feels a bit calmer. We've had that statement from Donald Trump that the ceasefire is now in effect. What we don't know are the conditions of all that, whether there is a text and what that means for Iran in particular. And we're still awaiting official confirmation from Israel. Things have been moving so quickly over the last few hours, but it seems to be in a place where the ceasefire is in effect and potentially this war is at an end.
Tom, stick with us. I want to get to David next in Washington. David, give us the US side of things, which is pretty much as dramatic a 12 to 24-hour period of time as it has been for Tom there in Jerusalem. Most notably, in the last hour, Donald Trump's tweet confirming that despite question marks, the ceasefire is in place.
Yes, well, if the ceasefire is in effect, as Donald Trump is claiming, it is nothing short of a diplomatic triumph. Unthinkable, really. And we're learning more detail every hour about how it came about. Now, on one level, he can claim this without any real risk, because if it holds, then he can take the credit for it. And if it doesn't hold, well, he'll simply blame whichever side is not maintaining the ceasefire. But you'll remember last weekend when the Americans pulled off that military coup to some extent by bombing Iran, they staged a decoy, sending B-2 bombers bombers west to Guam, while others flew covertly east to carry out the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Well, to some extent, they've done the same thing politically over the last 24 hours, because while we were all preoccupied by what was going on in Doha, those Iranian airstrikes yesterday, it seems the president was engaged in high-stakes diplomacy, hitting the phones, as Vice President J.D. Vance put it in a television interview last night. President Trump was persuading Benjamin Netanyahu to sign up to a ceasefire, and then asking his friends in Qatar to ask the Iranians to do likewise, and they did. He brought them to the table as well. Even though we had this complicated timeline involved, it does appear that the ceasefire is now in effect. And if it is, then that, to a large extent, silences Donald Trump's critics. He didn't achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine. He didn't achieve one in Gaza. But this would be the most significant act of peacemaking in the Middle East for generations. And that will be something Donald Trump will be very keen to trumpet as he heads to NATO summit over the next few days.
Well, we're going to talk about that NATO summit in just a moment. Deborah is able to join us now from there. But one final question to Tom, first of all. Tom, as you said already, we haven't had official word yet from Prime Minister Netanyahu about this ceasefire and whether they're willing to observe it. But one would assume, or is this naive, that he has no choice but to observe it, at least in the short term, even despite that heavy toll of 9 people killed overnight by Iranian missiles?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that is going to be a calculation, those fatalities and casualties in the south of Israel. On the other hand, we had been hearing briefings, really, that Israel was prepared to wind down its war with Iran by this weekend. So that was already in motion. We do know that the Prime Minister, he had a cabinet meeting at 2 a.m. last night where he briefed his ministers on what had happened, but they also asked them to maintain media silence. That silence is still holding. But I think, Netanyahu has surprised people all the way through this, especially with Israel launching its own attack without US support. The US obviously coming in such dramatic fashion with that B-2 bombing raid and those Tomahawk missiles fired. But, he's really set the terms and the pace of this. And in terms of getting what he wanted was a US strike, and people doubted whether that would happen. That has happened. It's hard to see what more he could get. I think a lot of it does depend on the conditions of that ceasefire, especially when it comes to Iran's nuclear weapons program and what's entailed in there, because the whole point of this war, as it was framed here in Israel, was to stop Iran getting a bomb. Now, if they think that has been done, if they think the ceasefire is going to continue to get that job done, that will be good for Israel, be good for Netanyahu. This war has been popular. He's not always the most popular politician, but he's really achieved many of his strategic goals in a way that I think would be astounding to anyone even a month ago, let alone 5 years ago. So if this ceasefire is holding, I think it's a bit and wait and see. I don't think he's going to go against Donald Trump in the meantime. But again, things can always change very quickly here.
Deborah, in terms of the tone of the NATO summit, I guess we had been expecting it to be set by this 5% announcement, but it has a new kind of scene setter, tone setter, and President Trump will probably arrive in bullish form.
Yes, and there had been a bit of concern since America launched its strikes against Iran over the weekend, and then the Iranian retaliation last night, as to whether or not Donald Trump would actually make the journey to The Hague to meet with his allies. But there's no doubt that he is coming now, and that will be a relief for people here, not least because they've choreographed the entire summit to make it more appealing to Donald Trump. They saw what happened at the G7, where he left his allies early, and they don't want that happening this time. He's going to be arriving late. He gets here this evening. He'll be joining his NATO leaders this evening for a social dinner, it's described. And then main business is happening tomorrow. You've got the summit is sort of behind me, you can see in the background. And actually the summit meeting has also been condensed to make it brief, as short as possible, brief in NATO terms. It's about 3 hours. There's going to be a communique tomorrow as well, which, like you say, yes, this new spending pledge is going going to be rubber stamped by the leaders. And that is a big victory for Donald Trump, because he has been berating his NATO allies to spend more. But you're right, the crisis in the Middle East had been threatened to dominate, although given what's happened overnight, and obviously is so fast moving and nobody knows what will happen next. But if it does hold, then surely attention is going to focus to the other big war on Trump's watch, which is the war in Ukraine. And Volodymyr Zelensky is going to be here at this summit too.
Well, and we're going to talk more about Mark Austin's exclusive interview with him in just a moment. But David, just to come back and round off this part of the conversation, what is the expectation in Washington as to the extent with which President Trump will be wooed by this NATO pledge? Is it 5%? Is it actually 3.5%? Is it not happening until 2035? Or is it significant that it's being announced at all? We all know he likes to claim victory when there's enough grounds for him to do so, and he's probably going to be in a positive mood. Is this a moment that he's going to embrace, or could it be once again something that he criticises his European NATO allies on?
Well, arguably, if there is a ceasefire in place between Israel and Iran, he will feel that he is in the strongest negotiating position that he's ever been in with his relationship with NATO. So I think he is going to push very hard towards that 5% mark. But Donald Trump is a man who has so many critics, both at home and abroad, whether it's mass deportations, whether it's NATO's contribution to its own defence budget, or whether it's sweeping tariffs. And he's had his own base really tested over the Iran issue in recent days, because many of them are isolationist. They don't want America embroiled in any more foreign wars. But if he has managed to go from a place of airstrikes on Iran to a ceasefire in the space of 3 days, the kind of diplomatic feat that would normally take weeks, months, perhaps years, well, he would largely silence them. And I think the other thing worth noting this morning is that he's just reminded us all again that he is the great survivor. Just a couple of weeks ago, people weren't sure that Donald Trump would survive the very public spat, for example, between him and Elon Musk. And here we are this morning talking about him possibly having pulled off the unthinkable, a ceasefire in the Middle East between sworn enemies, bringing to an end, potentially, what he is very deliberately describing as the 12-day war.
Fascinating stuff, Tom and David. Thank you both very much. Deborah's going to stick around because we want to get her reaction to Sky News' Mark Austin's exclusive interview with the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, who's warned that Russia could attack NATO . news in the last couple of moments to bring you, first of all. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel has agreed to Trump's ceasefire deal. That's crossing in the last couple of moments. They also are saying that Israel will respond forcefully to any violations of the ceasefire. That's come. The Prime Minister Netanyahu will deliver a statement later today. Of course, as we've been briefing overnight, there was question marks about the ceasefire that President Trump announced on social media hours ago because of Iranian strikes on Israel, which reports have suggested killed 9 Israelis. Despite that, President Trump confirmed the ceasefire was in place on social media an hour or so ago. The Iranian Foreign Ministry has said they were observing it. We were waiting official confirmation on the Israeli side. We now have that. Prime Minister Netanyahu's office saying Israel has agreed to the US ceasefire deal. Let's get a reaction immediately from Deborah Haynes, our defence and security editor, of course, is in The Hague this morning ahead of the NATO summit. If this now holds, we've got all of the parts in place, Deborah, in the short term. If this now holds, it's a remarkable achievement in what has been a roller coaster night, set of days, last 10 days.
It really is, and a remarkable boost towards Donald Trump's hopes, maybe, of getting a Nobel Peace Prize. He's made no secret of that, has he? And it also really underlines the relationships, like it or not, in terms of people who have criticised Donald Trump and his foreign policy, but the relationships that he has cultivated, of course, with Benjamin Netanyahu, the two of them very, very close, but also with other regional powers, including in Saudi Arabia. All of those different machinations of relationships really count when it comes to trying to strike a deal. And if he has achieved what some would believe to be the impossible, a ceasefire of this eruption of war between the sworn enemies, Israel and Iran, then that is a huge moment, not just for his presidency, but for the whole of the Middle East. A key question, though, will be what next? Donald Trump said that he took that military action, joining in Israel's war over the weekend, striking 3 nuclear targets in Iran in order to stop the Iranians from getting a nuclear bomb, something Tehran has always denied its nuclear program was about. However, if there is any indication that that has not succeeded, that attempts to enrich uranium to military-grade level is still continuing, then that military action will have failed. And so then what will Donald Trump do next? At the moment, though, he is clearly going to take the win.
Deborah, just got some further wires coming across. Netanyahu saying that Israel's achieved its goal of removing Iranian nuclear and ballistic missile threat, and also that Netanyahu is saying Israel thanks President Trump for support in defence and participation in removing the Iranian nuclear threat. We could talk all day long about what this means for President Trump in the short and the medium term, as you've already said. What does it mean for Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has been embattled at times on the global stage, at times domestically as well? This last 10, 15 days has been quite extraordinary for him as well.
It has, and it has really diverted attention from the enormous and mounting concern about the awful humanitarian situation in Gaza in the wake of Israel's war against Hamas there. That is not resolved, and clearly attention will return to that. And in terms of what the Israeli Prime Minister is saying about removing the nuclear threat, it's hard to understand how he can possibly know that for sure right now, especially given the head of the UN's Atomic Energy Agency only yesterday said that it's going to take some time before anyone will be able to assess for sure the impact of the US strikes, in particular against the Fordow facility, which is buried deep underground.
Tom Cheshire is able to join us now live from Jerusalem. Tom, all morning we've been wondering, maybe not so much if, but when we'd get that official confirmation from the Israeli side that they are adhering, in the short term at least, to this ceasefire deal. We have that now. Expand on it for us, because there's warm words in these statements as well from Prime Minister Netanyahu towards the US and President Trump.
Yeah, and especially in terms of what they have been doing. We talked earlier about this, whether this could be mission accomplished for them. And the Prime Minister's office is saying that in light of the operation's objectives being achieved and in full coordination with President Trump, Israel has agreed to the President's proposal for a bilateral ceasefire. So saying it was Donald Trump's proposal there, but also saying that Israel will respond forcefully to any violation of the ceasefire. Now, that is important because, again, recent history here, Israel's ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon, that has still seen Israeli strikes. There are still Israeli drones regularly flying over Beirut. And they're able to do that because they have more or less destroyed Hezbollah, and it's not a sovereign nation to the same extent. You know, it's a militia group rather than Iran, which is also a long way away. So when it comes to any violations, if they do happen, and how Israel might respond, there is the element of danger there that, you know, it takes one infraction. The other side of that is that these are two, you know, these are two nations, these are two governments. They're a long way away, so it would have to probably be quite a deliberate provocation. But what Israel has been doing in Lebanon, say, where it's pretty regularly conducting strikes in the south of the country against what it says is terrorist infrastructure, I'm not sure that sort of thing they'd be able to do that in Iran without Iran responding forcefully. And I think the other aspect of this, as Deborah mentioned there, is that attention now, and it has been obscured for a while, but all the while this war between Israel and Iran, which has been so dramatic, the war that Israel is fighting in Gaza against Hamas and the huge number of civilian casualties that have accompanied that is still ongoing. So I think that will become a source of attention. The leader of the opposition saying that's where attention now must turn. Those hostages, again, that has been such a source of contention, and that has been a cause of deep unpopularity for the Prime Minister here. Attention will now return to them and getting them back.
Tom, great stuff. Thanks so much for that. Let's bring in Ivor Bennett, who's in Moscow for us today. And Ivor, I guess we could reflect a bit on the Zelensky interview, of course, saying that the focus on the Middle East for the West is helping Russia on the battlefield there in Ukraine. But perhaps more pertinently, you know, the Iran foreign minister went to Russia yesterday to meet with President Putin. We talk about some of the European leaders being bystanders in all of this. I guess President Putin has been as well. This has been well and truly led by President Trump.
That's certainly how it appears on the surface, Wilf. Yeah, but I think that meeting yesterday here in Moscow between the Iranian foreign minister and Vladimir Putin was certainly significant. Iran and Russia have very strong ties, of course, and there was a question about whether or not Russia would get involved, perhaps even lend some military support for Iran, which is something Russia, I think, was very wary of. They didn't want to do. But I think that meeting was potentially pivotal as well. We don't know, but I'll be very curious to know what was said in it and what kind of role Vladimir Putin has played in all of this, because he has been working the phones furiously in this last week, speaking to all the leaders involved in Israel, in the UAE, in Iraq, in America, in Iran, in China as well, pushing for a diplomatic solution, hoping he in turn could gain something from this as well. And I think he'll be very relieved at this ceasefire for a number of reasons. First and foremost, it preserves Russia's interests in the region for the moment, because, as I say, Iran is a very strong partner, and they don't want to lose another strategic ally following the fall of the Assad regime in Syria last year. They were very wary that things could lead towards regime change in Iran. So he'll be relieved from that standpoint. I think also relieved that it takes the pressure off Russia, perhaps having to provide military support to Iran. They don't want to do that. They don't want to be dragged into another conflict whilst Ukraine is going on. But thirdly, as I say, if Putin has been kind of instrumental here and played a part in talking Iran down, then perhaps he could gain some leverage with Donald Trump. I'm sure that was top of his mind when he was meeting Iran's foreign minister, because if he's managed to bring Iran down from this and managed to make them agree to a ceasefire, then perhaps he can gain leverage with Trump when it comes to Ukraine and when it comes to US military support for Kiev. We don't know yet, but it's fascinating, I think, what went on behind the scenes.
Ivor, thanks so much for that, Tom and Deborah, as well. For now, let's get the view from Iran. Abbas Aslani joins us. He's editor-in-chief of the Iran Front Page and a senior research fellow at the Centre for Middle East Strategic Studies. Thanks so much for joining us. News of this ceasefire now confirmed by Israel, Iran and the US in the short term, at least. Is that a moment for celebration, a moment of relief, or a moment of disappointment?
Yes, it's a bit early to make it somehow final, but Iran is approaching the ceasefire cautiously because there could be chance of violation from the Israeli side, because that has been the case regarding what has happened recently in Lebanon. But since the United States intervened and stepped in favor of Israel, that was the point that it was assessed that maybe Israel needs help from the American side, and this could not be a prolonged war because Israel by its own and alone cannot, walk this way. And in the past few weeks, we have been seeing, let's say, in parallel negotiations as well as military conflict. So that's why, at times that the United States or West has been highlighting a negotiated process or diplomatic process. Iran has been facing a military conflict twice, once from Israeli side, second time from American side. So that's why, Iran is looking at this, let's say, ceasefire very cautiously, and Iranian foreign minister was making it somehow conditional that this will last by the time that Israel will not, violate it and break it. But it seems that this could be a tentative turning point toward the escalation. And if there is no violation of this ceasefire, we might be moving, let's say, toward a more lasting ceasefire.
Talk me through how the news of Iran's missile attacks over US air bases, particularly in Qatar, also Iraq, yesterday was covered there in Iran.
Well, from Iranian, let's say, state perspective, they have been covering this issue from a standpoint of a country going after a superpower's biggest military base in the region or outside the United States specifically. And the point is that, some people have been talking about the, let's say, whether there have been casualties or not. But the point that by itself, Iran attacking by missiles or firing missiles at a air base of a superpower, that's the point. And the second point is that when the U.S. intervened in, helping Israel to target Iran's nuclear facilities, that was a point that Israel was getting weaker in the process of a prolonged war. That's why Americans stepped in. And Iran looks at this game in the longer run, if you want to talk it in a very short time, which is, ending within days and a couple of, this could be a matter of couple of weeks. It's mostly, if it's any gain for Israeli side or the US side, it will be mostly relative tactical gains. But if you want to assess it strategically, I think whether they have been able to gain their goals and objectives when they initiated this aggression against Iran, there's a big question mark for that question. Iran doesn't think that they have been able to meet their demands. And this is something which is very important. Mm-hmm. Iran believes that it can absorb the damages which have been inflicted upon the country, but it thinks that it can recover from the current situation.
Abbas, stick with us if you will. I just want to remind our viewers who are just joining us at 7:30 of the headlines at this hour that after a roller coaster number of hours overnight, in the last hour or two, all three sides, Iran, the US and Israel, have confirmed that they are adhering to a US-brokered ceasefire deal between Israel and Iran. Iran's foreign ministry appeared to confirm that overnight after it was first announced by President Trump in the early hours of this morning on social media. That was despite overnight some Iranian missiles penetrating Israel and causing 9 deaths. Though an hour or so ago, President Trump confirmed that the ceasefire deal was in place. And in the last minutes, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has confirmed that Israel is also adhering to that ceasefire deal with Iran. The three key players in this, Israel, Iran, the US, confirming they are signed up to the ceasefire, for now, at least. Let's continue our discussion with Abbas Eslani, the editor-in-chief of Iran Front Page, who is joining us from Tehran. Abbas, I'm really interested just to continue on the thought we just had. Domestically in Iran, is the last 10, 12 days, particularly some of the responses Iran has issued towards Israel, being framed as victory for Iran. Either way, I guess it doesn't matter if the ceasefire holds.
There's no dismissal about the fact that Iran has been, facing damages, specifically in terms of its nuclear facilities. But the framing here is that the other parties, including the US and Israel, they initiated an aggression against the country in order to achieve a number of goals. One was to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities in order to destroy Iran's nuclear program, as well as to assassinate a number of nuclear scientists. The second was to take out some number of military commanders and to target Iranian military sites in order to stop any military response coming from Iranian side. And the third, I think, was to provoke Iran to help Israel in order to toppling the regime in the country. But in terms of, if you want to gauge the outcomes in relation to these, objectives, it seems that in the longer term, this might have backfired, because it created a unity among the public supporting the government to respond against Israel, as well as the United States, because they were seeing this aggression against the totality of the country, not just against the government. The second point is that Iran's nuclear program holds, different crucial components. One is the facilities and the equipment that have been, damages to them, but Iran thinks that they can be recovered because it was domestically made in the country. The second point is that the nuclear material that have been relocated to a safe place. And the most important part is the know-how or the knowledge, which Iran thinks that cannot be destroyed or bombed. So that's why Iran believes that it can recover in a very short time. And this is also not achieved. And the other aim, which was to, target Iran's military sites and stop any response coming from the Iranian side. We had the answer to this question early this morning, because Iran targeted, Israeli, sites and places in Israel early this morning. And this indicates that Iran's missile power is, despite maybe some damages, is yet working, and it can target, places in the region. So that's why Tehran believes that if you want to look at if you want to see the bigger picture, the other parties, the US as well as Israel, they have not been able to achieve their strategic goals. And this ends up to be an unnecessary war, which caused damages to both sides without gaining something significant in the longer run.
Abbas Eslani, editor-in-chief of the Iran Front Page, thanks so much for joining us. Let's now speak to General Sir Richard Shiref, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Thanks so much for joining us, General Sir Richard. Your snapshot take on this ceasefire that now has the three key parties agreeing to it.
Well, jaw is better than war. And if it stops a war between Israel and Iran, that's good news. The question is, does it stop it, and does it take away the reasons for the war in the first place? In other words, the Iranian nuclear program.
And I guess there's a big question on that in the weeks and months ahead. If it does hold in the short term, is this evidence, or does it suggest to you that the US decision to join Israeli attacks on Iran was a sensible decision, or is it impossible to say?
I'm not going to be drawn on that. But what my interest is what impact is this going to have on the war that we in the UK and Europe and indeed the transatlantic region should be focused with a piercing razor-like focus, which is, of course, Russia's war in Ukraine. The war between Israel and Iran distracted America, distracted you, the media, from the Ukraine war. And that is now the war that has to be focused on. And if Trump can miraculously come up with a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, now let's see him turn his attention properly to what's been going on in Ukraine.
Well, I get that, and we'll come to that in a moment. But just to dwell on the comparison maybe for a moment, clearly this came about after the US flexed its muscles and showed its strength. That is vanishingly unlikely as it relates to Russia, Ukraine. Is that necessary in conflicts like this to bring about peace?
I think you make a really important point. Exactly that. And if the war, the ceasefires come about because America got involved, let's see that apply in the war between Ukraine and Russia, Russia's war in Ukraine. Why? The only thing that is going to lead to a lasting ceasefire in Ukraine is when Russia recognizes Zelensky as president, Ukraine as a country, and the Ukrainian constitution. That is only going to happen when Russia is forced to do so. It's not going to do so voluntarily. And the only way that's going to happen is when Russia faces defeat on the battlefield. So therefore, muscle is needed to make that happen. And that means muscle needed to support Ukraine to achieve that.
But muscle's not going to come from the US in that war.
Or maybe the US can learn the lessons of what it's just achieved in between Iran and Israel and apply it in Ukraine.
We shall see about that. Let's just dwell one more time on what the US did in Iran over the weekend. Were you wowed by the precision and the might that the US deployed? And bring it back to what we're discussing now. How far away are the rest of NATO from being able to do anything of that ilk?
I'm not going to be wowed until I see the precise battle damage assessments. We don't know yet if this nuclear program has been terminated conclusively. As far as NATO is concerned, there's an awful long way to go before NATO is truly combat ready. We're going to see the summit coming up today and tomorrow. We'll see what that leads to. But there's a long way to go before NATO is ready to face and ready properly to deter the sort of Russian attack on NATO that President Zelensky was talking about in his interview with Mark Austin.
Which, let's expand on that a little bit. You know, he said within 3 years, President Putin might test NATO's alliance, might invade a NATO country. Is that him being over the top, or is that realistic in your eyes?
That's entirely realistic. I've been saying that for 10 years, that Russia is a threat to NATO, and Russia could test NATO. And when Russia, you want to look at it from the enemy's perspective. Putin will be looking at NATO. He will see a NATO divided by Trump and the American statement at the Munich Security Conference that America will no longer underwrite European security. He will be asking questions. What impact does that have on Article 5? For the first time in 76 years, there is now no certainty that the American president will come to the aid of a NATO member if attacked. That is exactly what Putin wants. Trump has given Putin 2 of his most cherished foreign policy objectives. He's cast credibility cast doubt on the credibility of NATO's Article 5, and he's cast doubt on America's commitment to Europe. Now, in that case, what does Putin think? NATO could well be a busted flush. I may well have a go at one of the Baltic states just to test NATO. Will NATO really respond properly? So I think we're in a very dangerous place, and President Zelensky is absolutely right to highlight the threat.
What do you make of these pledges by European members of NATO to hit 5% of national security spending? But I guess the key point is 3.5% of core defence spending by 2035. Are you warmed, impressed by that?
Again, forgive me for being cynical. 2014 NATO summit. All NATO members promised to reach 2% of GDP spent on defence within 10 years. Most NATO members have only just done that. 5% by 2035 is frankly, it's hot air. We should be seeing 5% within the next couple of years to really have any sort of impact. And NATO allies' feet need to be held to the fire on this. It's not, as much as anything, it's about genuine defence output and capability.
What should whatever defence spending boost actually arrives, what should it be focused on relative to what's already being spent on?
Well, I think the a really good example of how it needs to be spent is the recent British Defence Review, which I think makes a pretty good fist of meeting the needs and the challenges for the sort of war that we need to be able to deter if we are to live in peace.
And just finally, to round things off, one of the other things that President Zelensky said was that he felt some British components were reaching Russia and being used in their war effort. Is sanctions and economic sanctions something that makes a difference if it's enforced properly or not?
Absolutely, it does make a difference. And again, President Zelensky is absolutely on the money on this. And where there are British and other Western companies whose dual-use components are being used in Russian weaponry, that absolutely has to be hammered. I would also highlight the fact that the European Union in the last 3 years has paid Russia 3 times for oil and gas what it has spent on weaponry for Ukraine. So secondary sanctions against those who are still importing Russian oil and gas absolutely need to be applied. Yes, sanctions have a really important role to play, because at the end of the day, if and when Russia is to be acknowledged that it is defeated, part of that has got to come from economic and financial measures, and sanctions are therefore a critical component of any strategy to undermine the Russian economy.
General Sir Richard, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it as ever. Our Defence and Security Editor, Deborah Haynes, has been listening, and she's live in The Hague ahead of that NATO summit. Deborah, it's so fascinating hearing General Sir Richard there, and of course, President Zelensky with Mark Austin overnight. This idea that the focus of the West and of NATO needs to refocus back again on the conflict in the east of Europe rather than the Middle East. But even despite the extraordinary headlines overnight and this morning coming out of the Israel-Iran conflict, it's wishful thinking, is it not, to expect a significant change in tone, change in focus from the US president towards the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Well, the Hague summit here, this NATO summit, was never going to have the Middle East formally on the agenda anyway. It's very much all about rallying allies to increase defence spending as requested by Donald Trump. So I very much imagine the American president will be wanting to embrace that. I think a key thing to listen to, though, is where his focus is going to be. Is he going to be recommitted, regalvanized with this idea of the alliance which he has been so condemnatory of in the past? Or will his success, as he will view it, in the Middle East and his desire to shift American attention towards what they view as their primary threat, and that is China, just mean that this will be a further step of a loosening of this historic tie between European allies, Canada and the United States, that we have seen under a Donald Trump presidency. People in the alliance that I speak to worry very much about not just whether Donald Trump is going to be moving forces, military power out of Europe as he tells his allies to take greater responsibility for their own security, but could there even be an outcome where he makes good on previous threats to even exit the alliance? That would be a devastating blow here, and it's why the allies are doing all they can to try to woo Donald Trump. You will see a lot of people doing everything possible to make Donald Trump feel like the most important person in the room, clearly a position that he likes to hold, and that is why this whole conference is being shaped around him, keeping it short, sweet, talking about defence spending. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors, though, around that new target, and whether or not Donald Trump allows to accept the figures on the surface, or whether he's going to be critical, in particular, of allies like Spain that have said that they have no intention of meeting this new goal. Well, that could point to friction during the next day.
Deborah, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for that from The Hague. A reminder, by the way, the final episode of Deborah's extraordinary podcast, War Games, is out today. It's been topping the charts. It's well worth listening to. It's linked to all of these areas, of course. War Games, well worth subscribing to. QR code on your screen right now. We're going to continue the discussion on all of this morning's breaking news. And we're joined now from Israel by David Robinson. He's Parliamentary and International Relations Officer at the Board of Deputies of British Jews. He happens to be in Israel right now. I want to explore why you're there and the prospects of getting home in a moment. But firstly, your reaction to the news that has been announced this morning and how it's gone down, particularly, of course, as Prime Minister Netanyahu's office released a statement to say he is signing up to this Israeli-Iranian ceasefire that the US has broken.
Yes, good morning, Wilfred. I mean, it's been pretty phenomenal, to be honest. We were woken up here by a siren at about 5 o'clock our time. We went down to the shelter this morning. None of us are really aware of the ceasefire news because of the time it came in. And then it's only then that people started to look at their phone and see that it came through. And the level of relief in this room was palpable, absolutely palpable. We then had 2 hours of consistent salvos and consistent sirens and the news about what was going on in Beersheba and the deaths, which did very much disrupt how people felt about it. But I mean, to be honest, I can only feel relief at this point that something has happened and there's hope for moving forward in terms of where we are here, in terms of any return home, in terms of sort of steps towards ending the conflict in Gaza and sort of the removal of Hamas, the return of the hostages, the step even further towards sort of peace in the region and the Middle East. I think this is a seismic change, or hopefully the beginning of a seismic change. And I think that a lot of people here feel the same way.
What is, I mean, I know we're waiting for a national address from Prime Minister Netanyahu at some point today. What do you think the view is there towards him? And I guess at times he faces hugely harsh criticism on the international stage, but also has done domestically over the last year or so. Has the last 10, 12 days changed that?
I think, I think Netanyahu is very much a wartime leader. And I think that he takes a lot of credit in that, and he takes a lot of, or believes he takes a lot of support from that. I think the general mood on the ground here is that, the legacy of what has been going on over the last 2 years, particularly with the hostage families and the fact that there are still so many hostages and so many hostage bodies in Gaza, I don't think it's massively changed people's general opinion towards him here.
You mentioned the prospects of getting home or not. How long have you been there? Have you felt stuck? I note also this morning that Israel has reopened its airspace. What hope does that give you that things could move swiftly from here?
Yes, so I came out here on Thursday, the 12th of June, for a friend's wedding. I was meant to leave the following Tuesday. I'm still here, so I believe that's about 12 days. I have to admit, I'm sort of losing track of the days and what day of the week it is at this point. It gives me great hope. I mean, I understand that another UK charter flight has left or is... Well, I'm sorry, I think that's a siren. But it might not be, it might be a different type of siren, I'm sorry.
Focus on that,
yes, David. We're usually followed by an announcement, and we haven't had that, so I think this is something else, so don't worry.
Please take your time. Go and investigate. I will take the time in the studio. Just come back when you know it's safe. But please do focus on that first of all. Mari's here on set with me in the meantime. Mari, quite an extraordinary reminder just there of the tentative nature of this ceasefire. Now, it might have been nothing. It might have been an alarm clock in the background. But either way, hearing him announce and tell us how the last 10 hours has been. President Trump had initially tweeted about the ceasefire, but they were all having to rush downstairs into safe rooms. Quite extraordinary to to be taken back to how it all has unfolded.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it allows us to an extent as you know, onlookers to just put ourselves in other people's shoes for a moment on all sides of this conflict in terms of the human experiences of those civilians in Gaza, in Israel, in Iran, when it comes to what they are facing, the terror, the fear, the panic, the confusion, as he was outlining the difference between the ceasefire being announced and then suddenly more sirens.
David, I think we've got him back. So just because we have, let's go back. If you're absolutely sure that all is safe, David, just finish your final thought for us in terms of, I guess, you're waiting for updates from the Foreign Office in order to find out when you can get a flight home.
So yes, sorry, I understand that there's another charter flight this morning, but only the people who are on that flight have been told that it's taking place. So we still are left in a state of uncertainty, other than what the Foreign Secretary said in the chamber yesterday, that more flights are coming. Many people have paid for these flights. Money has either left or not left accounts. In my case, the money actually hasn't left my account, so I'm still in that state of limbo. Airspace has opened, but we're getting mixed reports about whether or not flights are still allowed to leave or come in. And I also know that, you know, there are several people that are taking a boat out to Cyprus today. But even then, you know, there was a lot of uncertainty about that because they were meant to leave here at 7 o'clock in the morning and we were still in a shelter at 7 o'clock in the morning. So we're hoping this news of the ceasefire means that over the next couple of days, airspace will completely open and the chances of repatriation or even the sort of allow the Israeli national airline opening up and getting us out and returning us home will happen. But the uncertainty does still remain unless we get some direct messaging, both from the airline and from the UK government, about how many flights they're planning to put on, how many flights they're able to put on, and the time frame to which they're going to look to get people out of the country.
David Robinson, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Stay safe and good luck with your journey home. Mari is still here on set to discuss all this. And Mari, the tone going into the NATO summit has completely changed. Remains to be seen on the big announcement that the UK government is involved of, 5% of national security spending by 2035, which is 3.5% of core defence spending by then. Whether that is what tops the agenda and whether that is enough to please President Trump. But either way, the tone is going to be very different. Totally.
I mean, you think to yourself, 12 months ago, just before the election, how different the conversation on defence was. There was wrangling between, you know, who had a slightly higher target, but they were all relatively low and small. Fast forward to 12 months later, we're now talking about 5% on GDP, and we're now talking about whether that's going to be enough, whether that's going to be enough to appease Trump, to defend ourselves, to really kind of show our adversaries that we mean business. The conversation has shifted so rapidly, never mind in the past 2 weeks, let's say, from what we were talking about before, where the UK government wouldn't be drawn on things like 3.5%, 5%, now suddenly committing to that, albeit 2030. I mean, I was also, put aside the pledges on defence spending, the tone on what was going to be President Trump's first gathering with international leaders since he entered this conflict in the Middle East. You know, he could have been behind closed doors berated or pressured or politely told by the likes of Prime Minister Keir Starmer, please don't do any more of this. Instead, they're all going to have to sort of say, well done, if it holds until now. And I guess in that sense, he will be becoming President Trump in a very sort of springing a step mood. Not that, of course, necessarily he listens to people either way or not, but he'll have kind of almost more grounds to stand by this. Mari, great stuff. Mari's going to stick around. Of course, we're going to take a very quick break here on The Breakfast Show. We will be right back with all the day's top stories, including that breaking ceasefire news between Israel and Iran in just a couple of minutes.
Hundreds and hundreds of vehicle damage, multiple buildings got destroyed. The fact that we had several other locations spoke to the compromise and certainly that we are not going to stop looking at the buildings. We are reporting Bombay Shiva in Israel for the time.
Og da kan vi klikke dem en gang vi er ferdig her.
G, quickly. Okay. Nå er det mye redningsarbeidere her, mye politi. Det er store medieoppgjør her også. Nei, vi har ingen måltid. Da har vi rett og slett brukt i bomberom og på vei til denne byen som vi har klart at vi merket allerede at det er flere biler på veiene og tidligere dagene. Så på den måten er det for israelerne at vi gjør også
Yeah, I mean, we went to bed late with the news of this ceasefire and woke up to sirens, alerts sounding, heading down to shelters because there were these 6 waves of ballistic missiles launched from Iran. One of those missiles struck a residential building in southern Israel, killing at least 4 people. That number may rise. And given that some of those missiles landed after that deadline, there was confusion about whether the ceasefire was in effect. But then Donald Trump tweeted to say the ceasefire is in effect. We were still waiting for confirmation from Israel. Iranian state media said they were observing a ceasefire. And then just over the last hour or so, we've had that confirmation from the Israeli government saying that they had agreed to this ceasefire, saying they'd achieved all their goals. And in terms of that Iranian barrage, well, they also said the IDF had achieved full air control. And in the last 24 hours, they severely struck government targets, eliminating hundreds of operatives and eliminating another senior nuclear scientist. So that exchange of fire continuing right to the end. Israel also saying it will punish any violations of that ceasefire. So it is in effect. There is a sense of relief after that confusion and fear earlier this morning. But there is a bit of trepidation about whether it will hold and whether it will become a proper peace agreement.
Tom, great stuff. David, when we spoke last, an hour or so ago, we hadn't had that Israeli confirmation. I guess it was expected, but nonetheless it has arrived. It still raises questions about the long-term nature of this ceasefire. But in the short term, President Trump has a great diplomatic victory to celebrate.
That's right. He didn't achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine. He didn't achieve one in Gaza. But it appears he has managed to pull off the unthinkable, a ceasefire between the sworn enemies of Israel and Iran. He was certainly confident here in Washington in the small hours of the morning when he posted online that the ceasefire was in effect. To some extent, that may have been because Iran state television had already confirmed that they were signed up. And now we know that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is also on board. All of this took place yesterday while that Iranian reprisal attack was taking place in the skies over Doha. President Trump was hitting the phones, engaged in high-stakes diplomacy, bringing the Israelis on board and, with Qatar's help, bringing the Iranians on board. And now he really can argue that he is Donald Trump the peacemaker. He's going to argue that he has a negotiating skill that no one else has. And to some extent, he has silenced his critics at home and abroad, and even those within his own party, the isolationists, who were very uncomfortable about US military action in Iran.
Deborah, we'll get to the topic of NATO defence spending a little bit later, but the whole tone and the whole talking points of this NATO gathering has changed over the course of the night, hasn't it? I mean, I guess there was a chance President Trump would arrive to be berated and criticised by some allies over getting involved himself in the Israel-Iran war. Surely they can only praise him now.
Yes, and you know what the NATO summit is like. Allies don't really like to be too critical of each other in public, and in particular right now all European allies and Canada are focused on trying to woo Donald Trump. They've been berated by him over defence spending, and the UK, for example, went out of its way yesterday not to give any indication either way as to whether or not it approved or was pleased by the US's actions in striking Iran. The subject here is going to be, of course, about European security, but you're right. Clearly, Donald Trump's actions in Iran, this apparent ceasefire deal that he has managed to broker, is going to be a dominant theme here. And it's juxtaposed against Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, who is also going to be at the summit. Ukraine not yet a member of NATO, something that it really wants. But of course, Donald Trump, he sort of ran on a platform of saying he could secure a ceasefire with Russia's war in Ukraine. That hasn't happened yet. So can he pull off another big deal?
David, this NATO summit, would it have been something typically the president saw as a chore? I mean, obviously, we're all aware how swiftly he left the G7. Gosh, was that just last week? I think it was last week. There was particular reasons for that. But your assessment on whether he'll almost now be looking forward to this summit, or is it still something that he sees as a nuisance to him?
I think that's a fair assessment, Will. 2 or 3 days ago, he was constantly in the Situation Room at the White House, and there was speculation that he wouldn't even attend the event in the Netherlands. That's not going to be the case now, as Deborah says. He's going to go there as the peacemaker. He's going to go there as the triumphant diplomat, and he really has achieved something quite remarkable. When you think about it, just a couple of weeks ago, some people were writing Donald Trump off, suggesting he may not even survive the very public spat with Elon Musk. And now, today, he has gone from a place of bombing Iran just 3 days ago to brokering a ceasefire, it would seem, between Israel and Iran. And he has announced that in a social media post. Now, that tells you the extent to which the world has changed under the presidency of Donald Trump. It's difficult to think of anyone else who might have been able to pull that off. It's the kind of negotiation that would normally take weeks, months, possibly even years, and I suppose illustrates for us the extent to which Donald Trump brings a fresh approach, not just a controversial approach, to politics.
Tom, Deborah and David, thank you so much for that, and stay close. No doubt there'll be further developing news on the situation throughout the day. As you can see, Mark Austin has...
AP מניאק. מה קורה? תגיד לי, עד איזה גיל תעשה את זה? עד איזה גיל תעשה את זה? מי אתה 75?
אנחנו נמצאים כאן בזירה המרכזית בעיר 7, 4 בני אדם נרצחו כאן בפגיעה ישירה בשעה שישבו במעמד לא חסים סביב ישירות עזרת קצר נרצח שישב בעת הנכון בכניסה לבניין. עוד 26 בני אדם נפצעו
Bulunca geliyor. Oğlum aç kafa yapamıyoruz ya. Geldi ama. Bizden çok bir şey olmaz.
Delighted I'm now joined by the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's been really interesting over the last couple of days asking the government whether they were pleased or disappointed that the US entered the conflict over the weekend. Didn't get any answer at all yesterday. This morning, Pat McFadden said, well, he certainly wasn't disappointed. Where's the Conservatives on this?
So I've been clear about this, I think, since Sunday morning, effectively, that I felt the action was absolutely essential and necessary. Primarily because, let's be clear, this was all about degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities. And that's a good thing for us and our country and for our allies. We all know about Iran. We know too much about their motivation. They are funding proxies around the world, terrorist proxies, and they're a threat to our country, as well as the fact that they spend too much time calling for death to America, and they want to eliminate the only Jewish state in the world, which is Israel. That's not acceptable. I think your point is important. They have spent, the government has not been able to say, I was in Parliament yesterday, whether or not they supported this action or took a view on this action. And I think the British people need clarity. They need to know whether or not their own government, the government of the day, backed the action.
In terms of the latest developments this morning, of course, it's early days. We don't know if things will hold, but it seems that this has worked, that there is a ceasefire deal in place that the Iranians, the Israelis and the US are all signed up to. Does that show that the tactic that President Trump employed worked, or is there luck involved and we need to be careful about getting involved in these sorts of conflicts?
So I think, first of all, look, we welcome the ceasefire announcement, and this could be the pathway to de-escalation. It is early days, really early days. The onus still has to be on Iran. I think, importantly, there are a couple of things to say here now. We should never underestimate the President of the United States, because he has been very committed to bringing Iran to the table from the outset. I think as soon as he came into the White House this year, it was the President that basically tried to bring Iran to the table, and it was during those talks, if you remember, that it was then discovered through the IAEA that Iran was still enriching too much in terms of nuclear materials, which led to a lot of great concern and worry. It's early days. I think it's important, and the President has said, even after those strikes at the weekend, that he wanted peace, particularly between Iran and Israel. So this could be a constructive way forward. We've got to wait and see. The onus has to be on Iran. Iran has to degrade its capabilities, stop doing what it's doing, be much more transparent, while at the same time it's got to stop firing missiles. And let's not forget, you're showing an interview soon with President Zelensky, which Mark Austin has undertaken. Iran is funding and supporting Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We cannot ignore that. So there are many stakes here, and you've asked about Britain's involvement. We are involved with regards to Ukraine and our strong commitment and defence of Ukraine.
Well, let's touch on Russia and Ukraine now, because, you know, this sort of peace through strength example that perhaps has been the cause for the ceasefire deal did involve the US directly attacking America's allies' enemy in Iran. They have not done that in the Ukraine-Russia war. Whilst you praised Donald Trump over the course of his actions over this weekend, do you criticise him when it comes to not doing the same sort of forceful, whether economic, rhetoric or military action towards Russia?
I don't. And there are some very good reasons. I was Home Secretary when Russia illegally invaded Ukraine. I remember being in government working with the US administration and other allies around the world. It was Britain, actually. Think about our leadership back then in terms of convincing others to stand tall and to fight for Ukraine. They're fighting for freedom and democracy in European soil. Let me get to the point here. President Trump, since he has become president, has constantly been looking to find ways in which we can find a better way ahead. They've signed an agreement with the Ukraine to help them in this battle and this conflict. We have a lot of responsibility ourselves. I know NATO's meeting today as NATO countries to step up, not just on funding, but actually securing Ukraine's future through the right avenues. There's a lot more to do here. This isn't just about bombing or taking action just against Russia. Action has been taken, sanctions, for example. You know, look at the way their economy is hurting. Our combined economy in terms of NATO countries is much stronger than Russia's economy. We have a lot of leverage there. The difference between Russia and Iran is that Iran were enriching uranium. They had enough enriched uranium to basically put together nuclear devices and to use them. It's a country that sponsors terrorism around the Middle East. In our own country, they're a state threat to us, and they publicly keep on saying their stated aim is to eliminate Israel. We cannot have that.
Let's talk about the NATO summit and this announcement that the government is making alongside all NATO countries, perhaps outside of Spain, 3.5% on core defence spending, 5% overall on national security by 2035. Do you support that?
We haven't seen any funding come forward. I think we've got to be honest about this. My party has been very clear. We were the party, basically, that persuaded Keir Starmer's government to increase defence spending to 2.5 GDP through changes to the development funding. And we've been clear, we need to see 3% by 2029, the end of this Parliament, and we know that we would back that and support that through ways in which scrapping the Chagos surrender deal, for example, doing much more through development funding. There's no new money. The government needs to be really honest about this. And I say this because, number one, it's Armed Forces Week. We see the conflicts that we're seeing around the world. Yes, Keir Starmer's going to NATO, but given an unfunded spending commitment that basically takes us into the next decade is simply not acceptable. Again, you heard President Zelensky in his interview saying 10 years is too long. The crises and the issues and the challenges are now. We need a government that basically is going to protect our country at home and abroad and put that money in now. And they have to be tested and challenged on how they're going to put money into this now.
Just wanted to finish with a question on welfare spending. We talked about this with Pat McFadden. It sounds like there's an amendment that may or may not get voted on that would see watering down of some of the reforms they want to do. Is this an area where you actually back the government rather than the rebels that they have within their party wanting to water it down?
So what I'd say here is that when the government is, and I actually reformed welfare back in 2015. I was a minister that took legislation through Parliament and worked alongside Ian Duncan-Smith to bring in universal credit. The answer is no, because look at what the government are doing. This is just a patchwork of rhetoric around welfare reform. There isn't a considered plan. What they're proposing would be cuts to people that have personal independence payments. They'll be hurting people that are disabled, while effectively trying to say that they're making up for it by putting more money into universal credit for working people. We need to change the welfare system radically and bring in proper reforms. These are not structural reforms to the welfare system that would get people off welfare and into work, which is a type of proposal that we would be putting forward. And I know the last Conservative government, I wasn't in that government, had plans along that line. I was involved in those types of policies previously and took legislation through Parliament. I think the government have got serious problems on their hands here. This is sticking plaster. They're not going for full welfare reform, and now they've got a problem with their own parliamentary handling.
But I think I'm right in saying that you ultimately would like to see reform to the welfare bill and indeed see the welfare bill brought down. This is an aim from the government to do that, but either to cause the government a headache or, despite coming from the totally opposite end of the spectrum to the rebels within the Labour Party,
sure,
you're saying that you're going to vote with the rebels?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not going to get into how my party is going to vote. That's a separate discussion. I'm talking about the fundamental principle of welfare reform, which could lead, let's be honest, to structural changes in our country, which our economy needs. We need more working-age people in work. That's where we should be. This shouldn't be about the tinkering that this government is doing just with PIP and disability benefits. It's for the government to handle this problem. It's not for us in opposition to tell them how to manage their parliamentary party and which amendments their people should sign up to. This isn't the right kind of welfare reform. This is just literally more smoke and mirrors from this government, and I just think it's not going to help people that need to be helped and supported to get back into work.
Shadow Foreign Secretary, good to see you this morning. Thanks so much
you.
for joining us. Priti Patel there. We're going to take a quick break here on Sky News Breakfast. After the break, we'll be talking to our defence and security analyst Michael Clark on all the day's developments.
מים.
Le destin dit dans les habitants de ce quartier que la dernière frappe iranienne avant le cessez-le-feu est une meurtrière. Depuis, les sirènes se sont tues. Pour l'instant, le destin pour les habitants de ce quartier que la dernière frappe iranienne avant le cessez-le-feu était pour l'instant, les hostilités
mixed shadow boxing where Americans allowed some of their Iranian missiles to fly over their bases, Middle East, in Qatar and other places. And then, of course, Donald Trump mandated ceasefire, but he has, in fact, ended and has a very somber dramatic damage that the last barrage, hopefully the last barrage has taken the fight that took place in the morning.
Le destin voulu pour les habitants de ce quartier que la dernière frappe iranienne avant le cessez-le-feu était l'une des plus meurtrières. Depuis, les sirènes Le destin voulu pour les habitants de ce quartier que la dernière frappe iranienne avant le cessez-le-feu était l'une des plus meurtrières.
ועוד דקה הצהרה של מפקד מחוז דרום של פיקוד העורף.
כן, כן. כן, זוארץ.
הוא אמר לי שגם באנגלית הוא עכשיו בעוד 30
US National Security Council under President Trump. But first, a reminder of the top stories this hour. Israel's Prime Minister says he's agreed to President Trump's ceasefire proposal with Iran, but said his country will respond forcefully to any violations of the agreement. Donald Trump said both countries agreed to a complete and total ceasefire, which he believes will last forever. The agreement came into force at 5 a.m. UK time. Just hours before the ceasefire came into force, explosions were heard across Israel, with emergency services reporting that 3 people were killed in what the country's military said were Iranian missile attacks, while reports from northern Iran say 9 were killed in Israeli strikes. Ukraine's president claims Russia could attack a NATO country within the next 5 years unless defense spending is increased. Speaking exclusively to Mark Austin, Volodymyr Zelensky said he thought allies was being too slow to boost spending to 5% by 2035. World leaders are preparing to meet for the annual NATO summit in The Hague, where defense spending will be top of the agenda. President Trump is expected to be in attendance, as is Sir Keir Starmer. Let's get more on that ceasefire between Israel and Iran. I'm joined now by Fred Fleets. He's the former chief of staff of the United States National Security Council under President Trump. Thanks so much for joining us. A very good morning to you. Good evening, I know, where you are in Japan. Your reaction to this ceasefire deal?
I think it's incredible. I mean, Donald Trump addressed the threat from Iran's nuclear program. He's keeping the U.S. out of a new war and working with Israel. Iran's military capabilities have been significantly reduced, and now we have the prospect of a long-lasting peace. I think it's a tremendous outcome if it holds.
As you said, if it holds, I guess we wait to see about that. But talk us through the last 24 hours and take us into President Trump's mind in situations like this? It doesn't feel like this was planned. It feels like it was opportune and he seized the moment, or is that unfair?
Well, I think he has people advising him, and they've recognized what the Iranians recognized, that Iran had to end this war. If it didn't, Israel was increasing its target set. It attacked the Evian prison. It's attacked the headquarters of the Revolutionary Guard. An enormous amount of damage could be done to Iran since it has no air defenses by Israel if it did not agree to stop firing missiles at Israel. So I think this action by the United States to get the ceasefire in place was the right thing to do. And I think the U.S. had good reason to believe that Iran would go along with it.
I wanted to get your take on how you think President Trump will approach the NATO summit. Clearly, this ceasefire deal allows him to arrive with a spring in his step. But the NATO countries, the rest of them, are going to announce, that they're increasing their defence spending to 3.5% on core defence by 2035 and 5% in total on national security by 2035. But if we take the UK as an example, we have no clear guidelines on when that spending will actually be delivered. Is this something he will be sceptical of, or is it enough that he'll claim victory and have a more united tone with his NATO allies than perhaps we've seen for the last year?
Well, he'll be attending the summit as a leader that, as you said, has a spring in his step, that has a major success that he's racked up for his administration. The president has been pushing for NATO members to pay more on their defense. He's going to claim credit for this, and he's going to press our NATO member allies to live up to their commitments under the NATO Charter, but also to increase their defense spending because security threats have increased. He's also going to stress that he wants the nations of Europe to take primary responsibility for defending Europe because he wishes to move U.S. military resources to the Asia-Pacific to deal with a much more serious threat. That threat, of course, is China.
Fred, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. We do have some breaking news just crossing, and it is the IDF saying a short while ago sirens sounded in northern Israel following the identification of missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. At this time, the IAF is operating to intercept the strike, where necessary, eliminate the threat. We are monitoring this situation, and as of course, we'll bring you more when we have it, but that's just crossing from the IDF a short moment ago. On set with me to discuss, Mark Austin is back, as is our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, I don't know where to begin. I mean, obviously, with this breaking news, it underlines the fragility of the ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, Wilf, all ceasefires are fragile, certainly to start with. There are always issues and incidents. The question is, everyone has to keep a cool head for a while and see, is there a systemic breaking of the ceasefire? But there's always alarms and excursions. That's, in a way, to be expected. So I'm not too bothered by this news until we find out that there's something else behind it.
Let's just bring in Tom Cheshire. He's now live for us in Jerusalem. Tom, your reaction to this news?
Yeah, I mean, very surprising. Earlier on, we had those 6 waves of ballistic missiles, but they were all fired before that ceasefire, even if the timings were a bit. This is a long time after. It comes after Donald Trump has said the ceasefire is in effect. It's come after Iranian state media has said the ceasefire is in effect, and it's come after the Israeli government has said it has agreed to this ceasefire. So these reports of missiles heading towards northern Israel. We haven't received alerts here in Jerusalem. There's usually around a 10, 15-minute window when we find out what's happening. As you mentioned, the Israeli Air Force working to intercept those missiles as they come in. But as we've seen today, those missiles can get through Israel's defences. 4 people killed in the south of Israel after a missile hit a residential building. But in terms of that ceasefire, that is what all eyes are on. As Michael's saying there can be infractions, but the deliberate launch of missiles all the way from Iran to Israel has promised that it will punish any violations of the ceasefire. So something that seemed a bit calmer only a couple of hours ago is now, I think, all up for grabs again. We're watching closely the impact those missiles have and if there is any Israeli response.
Michael, could this still be part of the off-ramp, part of the saving face that it appears the attack on the Qatari base yesterday was, or after a ceasefire deal, is that highly unlikely now?
I think it's fairly unlikely to be part of a structured response, but it may just be that the Iranians are not in full control of all of their forces, because we know that their command structure has been more or less dismantled. It's not clear if Khamenei is making decisions. IRGC leaders seem to be making decisions. This may be a local decision, but we'll see. I mean, if it is followed up, then clearly it would indicate that the Iranians are not really signed up to the ceasefire, and the Israelis have said, of course, if we're attacked, we'll respond. So this could break down quite quickly, but let's just be careful first until we get some more information about this particular report.
Mark, I mean, on the other side as well, I guess we'll be monitoring the extent to which Prime Minister Netanyahu wants an excuse to break the ceasefire. And, of course, he has been instrumental in everything over the last 10, 12 days. One would think, though, with the president of the US travelling to NATO, that neither side, particularly Prime Minister Netanyahu, would want to upset that particular journey for the president and the ability for him to claim victory amongst European allies.
No, I think your broad point is right, that Iran probably needs the ceasefire more than Israel, but Netanyahu has obviously done a deal with Trump, where Trump has said we'll get involved, but when I say stop, we stop, and Trump is... But I also think that Michael's point about, you know, the command and control structure in Iran is probably shattered. This could well be some local commander firing off these missiles, and it really depends on what it hits, whether it gets through, and the consequences of it, I guess, in terms of how Netanyahu will respond. But I'm sure Trump will be saying, look, we need to try and get this ceasefire done, because Trump, you know, when he wants a deal.
Yeah, we'll know by the end of today, when they all get together at The Hague. I mean, this is a big, big meeting in The Hague for NATO. And, this ceasefire may have saved the summit for now. If this ceasefire had not been declared, then clearly the war, the Iran-Iraq missile war, was going to wreck the summit. That may not now happen, which would be quite good, but the summit's going to be difficult enough as it is. We'll know by the end of the day whether this ceasefire is holding.
The Iran-Israel missile exchanges. Mark, let's move on to, I guess, one of the central parts to your interview with President Zelensky, and it comes round to this, the extent to which he would love the type of attention and help that President Trump has given Israel in his conflict. And I guess he'll be hoping this ceasefire lasts so that attention might come back to him. Did you sense that annoyance that he couldn't grasp our...
Well, it's a good point, because, of course, Donald Trump has effectively gone to war on behalf of Israel, or against Iran, where Donald Trump has not even threatened strikes against Russia. It's a very different relationship. But I think one man who'll be really pleased if the ceasefire does stick will be Zelensky, because he may get more attention. It's very interesting last night that I asked him, because, of course, Trump left the G7 before having a meeting with Zelensky, and I asked him, you're going to The Hague, have you got a meeting with Donald Trump? And he said, well, we're trying to arrange one. It's a question of timing. I don't know what will happen, to be frank, is what he said. So you could have a situation where Zelensky turns up in The Hague. He's only been invited to dinner, I think, but he turns up and he doesn't have these substantial talks with...
Mike, if we just compare those two conflicts, I mean, it kind of also brings us... Obviously, Russia has nuclear weapons. That's one of the reasons why the US hasn't attacked Russia. But it brings us back to what triggered the action of the last 10 days. And one of it was that Iran was incredibly weak.
Yes.
Where's Russia's weakness or strength at the moment?
Well, I mean, Russia is on the losing side of this. Just as Russia lost influence with the collapse in Syria, Russia is losing influence with the weakness of Iran. And I mean, Arachi, the Iranian foreign minister, was in Moscow yesterday, but he didn't get any change out of Lavrov. And the fact is the Russians are not going to stick their necks out for Iran, even though they had a security pact only a few months ago, which said all sorts of generous things. It doesn't mean anything. And so here are the Iranians who are, trying to keep their Iranian revolution alive. I mean, trying to survive as a regime now. That's what it looks like. And the Russians look as if they're holding back. They'll give them moral support. They'll give them support in the United Nations, but they won't do anything specifically to help. So the Iranians must be feeling very lonely at the moment. Neither China nor Russia will help them. And yet, their whole position, their position as a major regional power in the Middle East, has been dismantled by a series of events that started on October the 7th with the Hamas atrocity, and that created a sort of cycle of events, all of which has dismantled Iranian power in the region. And the Israelis are making the most of the opportunity, in their view, to remake the Middle East. And Donald Trump, he only ever goes with winners. He doesn't side with the weak or the losers. And he's rowing in behind Israel, I think, because he perceives that Israel will come out of this whole situation on top.
Mark, one of the other fascinating things to come out of your interview with President Zelensky was, we all think of it as a one-way kind of track, whether it's the US or NATO and Europe giving help to Ukraine. Talk us through what he was saying about what Ukraine can give back to NATO, in fact, that maybe NATO needs.
Yes, well, it was very interesting. I mean, the two really interesting things were on this 5% thing, where his point is that Putin has an industrial base on a war footing right now, and that's not going to change. And that is why 5%, by 2035 is not enough. But the other point about NATO is very interesting, because I said, do you think you'll join NATO? Have you given up the hope of joining NATO? He said it's not possible right now. But then he said, Ukraine needs NATO, but also NATO needs Ukraine. He said, we have, and he used the expression, the experience of survival. So on cyber attacks, he said, the banking system, the energy sector, water supplies, he said, we have learned how to survive in war. And then he said, NATO does not have that experience. So it's a fair point, because resilience in NATO is not great, is it?
Very poor.
He's got a point there, Zelensky.
Yes, he has. And, I mean, Parliament is looking at this, the government's looking at the moment. The Strategic Defence Review laid great stress on the need to improve resilience. And that's a top-to-bottom process. Not just government, but the whole of British society has got to become more resilient. It's known as deterrence by denial. You can deter by being able to strike, but you also deter by being able to deny an attacker any advantage, by being strong enough and resilient enough to mean that they can't actually play about with your banking system or your railway system or the health service, because we have systems which are strong enough to resist those sorts of attacks. And we have a psychology, rather like that we always talk about the Finns. The Finns have a real psychology of resilience because they live very close to Russia.
Mark, just as we sort of round off some of the Zelensky stuff, we're going to play a long version of it at 9:30. It's almost this, just even asking this question sort of reveals the roller coaster set of events he's gone through over the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, he was sort of untouchable in the eyes of all of the Western world. Where do you put him in terms of some of the leaders you've met and interviewed through the years? And I guess, what do you feel like he carries?
You sound old now. Through the years.
You've seen them all.
I could have said through the decades. I did a decade. No, does he carry that confidence anymore?
Well, the point you make about, I think until his legacy is set, it is very difficult to say. I mean, he is a wartime leader. He is in a position that, whether he wants to be in it or not, he is in that position. And it really depends. There's a lot of, people in Ukraine who think that there should be a change. And he said to me, look, I may not be the best leader for this moment, but I'm the most experienced. So he's saying, look, I've lived through 3.5 years of this. I know what I'm doing. But I think I think you've got to wait and see what his legacy is. A long way to go. And obviously, politicians like Blair and Thatcher and people like that I've interviewed. But this is very different in a wartime setting. But if you really pin me down, I guess it would be Nelson Mandela. But, that's largely because of what he said, because at that time, 1994, he'd just become president, at the end of apartheid, and it was what he said. He said, we need the white population of South Africa to stay. We need white doctors and lawyers, business people. We need them to stay. We can't do this without you. And it was a very powerful statement in an interview where people expected, the ANC just say, we don't need you now, so it was the tone of the interview, as well as obviously stature of the man.
Oddly timely again as well, but not the agenda item that tops the list today. But we're going to pivot back to that top of the agenda item Are we keeping Michael and Mark? We are keeping Michael and Mark, so I don't have to say thank you to you both yet. If we can, your show's not on for a little bit, right?
I think 5 o'clock. I need to get some sleep before then.
Let's get back to the top story of the morning and bring in Sir Peter Westmacott, the former ambassador, of course, to the US, also to Turkey and other places in the region. Sir Peter, what's your take on this extraordinary ceasefire deal that has unfolded over social media over the course of 12 hours?
Well, good morning. It really is kind of mind-bending what's been going on. Trump has gone from kind of warmonger to peacemaker in the space of a very short space of time. There's an awful lot of questions still there. I think after he launched the enormous attacks with the bunker-busting bombs in coordination with Israel, a lot of people wondered, well, what now, and how are the Iranians going to react? The Iranian people were encouraged to come out to the streets to do a lot of Mad America stuff, death to America. And here we are with a ceasefire, which both sides have agreed to, when the Iranians thought that the Israelis were going to keep on attacking their people, and they did right till the last minute. They assassinated yet another nuclear scientist and his teenage son just before the ceasefire came into effect. And there it is. So I think it's an extraordinary achievement. Will it last? We don't know. The big question, I think, is what happens now to Iran's nuclear program. Are they going to park it? Are they going to sign up to an agreement which gives them absolutely minimal rights to continue to do some sort of face-saving enrichment level? Or is Donald Trump and the Israelis going to say, we're not going to have any of that? We don't know. And I think the other questions in the background are, where does this leave the Iranian government? Because it hasn't exactly covered itself in glory. It has been defeated. Is Khamenei going to move anywhere else? Is his president going to be replaced? We just don't know. So I think lots of questions still to be answered, particularly about the future of the nuclear program. But if the ceasefire holds, it does at least mean that the violence will stop and the killing will stop between those two countries. And we have to applaud that.
I just want to pause for some breaking news. The IDF saying that the citizens can leave protected areas after military identified missiles earlier from Iran. So it seems like that momentary question over the ceasefire being fragile has been temporarily answered. But of course, the fragility of it remains top of mind, as Sir Peter was just saying. So, Peter, just expand for us on the point you were just touching on, which is that Iran is clearly very weak. What could happen next? Obviously, if the ceasefire holds, then regime change is no longer, I guess, being driven by outside forces. Is it still possible or not? What's likely to unfold in Iran?
Well, Wilfred, there were very mixed messages about regime change coming out of America. On the one hand, everyone was saying we are not pursuing regime change. We are simply trying to stop Iran's nuclear program. And then we had tweets from Donald Trump saying, well, why not regime change? If the Iranian people don't like the government they've got, let's have somebody else. So it was a bit mixed messaging, to put it mildly. Now we've got this ceasefire. If the Iranians are offered something which looks as though they can retain a little bit of self-respect, some sort of a deal, which is, we have absolutely no idea whether they are going to be offered a deal or whether deals are completely off the table now, and this is the end of the nuclear program. We just don't know. If there is, then I guess the government will spin it and say, we have salvaged our program. The Iranian people have shown solidarity. We will continue doing what is our sovereign right to enrich some uranium for our nuclear power stations. That is possible. I have no idea whether the Israelis and Donald Trump will allow that. Donald Trump has called for complete capitulation and the complete end of all enrichment. That, I think, is an issue still to be debated. If the protagonists, if Iran, if United States and Israel insist on no enrichment at all and shutting down the nuclear program totally, that, I think, is a pretty tough one for the government to deal with. But the problem with all the talk of regime change, and despite lots of groups in America particularly who say, we're ready to take over, including the late Shah's son, is that in Iran itself, there is no sign of any leader coming through who could lead a revolt or a movement for political change, despite the catastrophic failures of the Khamenei regime, whether it's in terms of economic mismanagement or in terms of managing relations with Israel and the United States. And without that, change is not going to come from within. And so, I suspect they will muddle along, looking weakened. But maybe, here's the other really important point for them, if there can be some sanctions relief, that could both help the fate of the Iranian people who are suffering under the economic burden and give the Iranian government some sort of solace.
Michael, how weak are Iran right now?
Very weak. Their missile stock looks as if it's been depleted by at least 50%. They might have had about 2,000 missiles. The Israelis say that they've taken out more than 50% of them. They've taken out, they say, more than 50% of the launchers, which is important. The IRGC, the Republican Guard, are on paper very large, but, I mean, how many of them are really combat ready? Probably between 5,000 and 10,000, not 50,000 or 60,000. So the Iranians have got very few options in a military sense. They could do lots of things by inspiring some of the militias that they've got in the area, but those militias are on their knees as well. I mean, the militias in Iraq, Hezbollah is holding on to a shaky ceasefire in Lebanon. Hamas is dismantled in Gaza, though it still obviously exists. The Houthis are still active, but they're strategically irrelevant. They're just a nuisance to everyone, to be honest. I mean, they have no strategic power. So the Iranians have got very few levers that they can pull that would indicate any military strength. The strength they have is they're a big country of 90 million people. They won't surrender explicitly, but they'll carry on. They'll just keep on.
We've got some breaking news. The Israeli defense minister saying, I instructed the military to respond forcefully to Iran's violation of the ceasefire with high-intensity strikes against targets in the heart of Tehran. Mark, we've been talking all morning about the fragility and how long this holds. Unclear if this is relating to the things overnight where we knew 3 were killed in Israel, 9 were killed in Tehran, or whether this is a further development. But again, we wait and see if this ceasefire holds.
This just shows how fragile this is and how quickly this was pulled together. And I think the Israelis probably will hit back. It depends on what happens then, I think, and it depends on what the Iranians say about the original attack with the missiles that was intercepted. But just going back to what Peter Westmacott was saying, just looking at the time, how much time have we got? A minute. I mean,
quick final thoughts, Peter, as well.
Regime change is one thing. It's more often than not, though, regime collapse, and that leaves a vacuum that can be, certainly in Iraq, that was very dangerous, and you had all sorts of problems there.
There's no happy examples of regime collapse followed by order. It's always followed by disorder.
So, Peter, quick final thought. The president is travelling to NATO. Will Netanyahu and the Iranians want to make sure this holds in the short term for him there, or is it all at risk?
I would have thought the Iranians would want it to hold because they've been saying we won't even talk about containing our nuclear program if the Israelis keep attacking us. The Israelis have been pretty robust in retaliating against any Iranian breaches of ceasefire. So they won't really mind whether the ceasefire holds or not because they've got the upper hand. So I think Iran has every interest in not violating that ceasefire anymore.
Sir Peter Westmacott, thanks so much for joining us this morning, former ambassador to the US. Much appreciated. Michael, Mark, a real pleasure to have you both here in studio. Great to see a great interview, Mark, with President Zelensky. And we'll have an extended version of Mark's interview with President Zelensky at 9:30. Well worth tuning in for that. It's incredibly relevant to all events that we've been talking about. And we're going to have much more on all of those events and all of the day's top stories at the other side of this short break with that latest flash coming from the Israeli defense minister that he instructed his military to respond forcefully to Iran's violation. More on this fragile ceasefire.
और उसी की कोशिश थी शायद ईरान की भी मुज़ाकरे घंटे में जब उन्होंने दावा तोड़ने के बाद 5 अलग-अलग हमलों में इजराइल में जो हमले करे मिसाइल में हमारे और करीब 11 मिसाइल से हमला किया गया जिसमें से एक मिसाइल मुकाबला करने लगा जहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान इस वक्त तक देखने को मिल रहा है वैश्विक इस
Neden bismillah diyor genelde?
Guys, anybody who is seeking a statement in English, I'm going to take one in Okay, okay. Anyone caring for a statement in English?
Well, the truce from here looks very fragile indeed. This, the destruction left behind from a missile strike in Beersheba. Israel says it's going to respond forcefully.
Donald Trump will be meeting his NATO allies here at The Hague at a summit later this afternoon.
Also ahead, Ukraine's president tells Sky News that weapons components from the UK are finding their way into Russia despite sanctions.
Of course, UK companies never delivered a weapon to Russia. Of course not. But there are some components from some companies.
And more than 100 Labour MPs join a rebellion against the government's plan to cut disability benefits. A very good morning to you. We start with breaking news. The fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran looks to be on the brink of collapse. In the last half hour, Israel said it had identified new missile strikes launching its way from Iran. Those were intercepted, but Israel's defense minister has instructed his military to respond forcefully to what he's described as a violation of the truce. Well, we'll be joined by our defense and security editor, Deborah Haynes, who's at the NATO summit in The Hague in just a moment. But first to our correspondent Cordelia Lynch, who's at the site of a missile strike in the Israeli city of Beersheba. Cordy, what's the scale of the damage? And just talk us through the timeline of what has unfolded over the course of the last 12 hours.
Good morning to you. Well, the scale of the damage is extensive. Let me just give you a closer look at the destruction to this 7-floor building. You can see at the top there the point of impact where the missile hit. I understand that there were 3 people inside one apartment, all of whom died, another person killed at the entrance, and rescue teams here still removing a lot of the rubble that's been left behind from this position. This truce looks very fragile indeed. This attack came what appears to be shortly before that ceasefire was brought in at 7 o'clock this morning. I've spoken to local residents. They describe this huge explosion, many trying to get down to their shelters in time. One man I've just spoken to says he believes that Israel had agreed to a truce prematurely. He wants to see them strike Iran back. Now, we have heard from the defense minister who has said that they will respond forcefully to any violations. It is unclear at this stage if the IDF consider this attack as a violation or not. But 4 people have died, adding to the casualty toll. It must be said, in Iran, the death toll has been far greater. The damage to military and intelligence installations, extensive too. I think what is striking is how little we have heard from the Israeli government so far this morning. We expect to hear from the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, later on today. I think there is a careful choreography going on diplomatically to try and keep this ceasefire intact. But here, an illustration of the continued threat.
Cordy, as you said, it's sort of confusing as to exactly the timeline, but specifically the attack behind you, that did happen before Prime Minister Netanyahu's office came out to say that they were observing the ceasefire. So if it is already on edge, if it is already breaking down, it wasn't specifically that attack that triggered that?
Yeah, I think we're having to kind of unpick and speculate what has not been made clear, and I think there is a reason they are not being particularly overt in this moment, because it is so highly sensitive. Donald Trump made that decision last night to announce this deal. He gave a quite detailed timescale as well. Then we eventually heard from the Iranian foreign minister, but only today, this morning, after the ceasefire was put in place, that Israel had also agreed to it. So there's been plenty of confusion, but the message is clear. The IDF say they will respond forcefully if they are attacked. From the timescale that we've been given from local residents, some of this strike appeared to take place before 7 o'clock this morning. It was at 7 o'clock that ceasefire was put in place. So it may be that Israel decide not to respond any further. There were alarms raised across western Iran there. Israel deciding to respond in that moment. Perhaps both sides have agreed that is enough. But just a note of warning to that. We've just heard news in the past 5 minutes that sirens have been sounded across northern Israel too. So just a reminder of the fragility of this situation. I think it would be unwise to suggest that this has reached any kind of conclusion just yet.
Cordy, thanks so much for that. And of course, a reminder from Israel Defense Minister Katz, 15 minutes ago, saying that he'd ordered his country's military to respond forcefully to what he said was Iran's violation. So certainly a sense of the fragileness of this ceasefire very much in front of us all at this moment. Let's go to the NATO summit next in The Hague, where Deborah Haynes is standing by. And Deborah, as much as the plan was for the announcement of getting to 5% of spending by 2035 on national security to be the key agenda item at the NATO summit, whether or not this ceasefire remains in place or not, that will be the top of the agenda.
It won't be actually physically on the agenda because for NATO it's all about European security, defensive spending and the transatlantic alliance. But of course, given events in the Middle East, that will doubtless overshadow proceedings here, especially as you were hearing from Cordy just then, this apparent violation of a ceasefire by the Iranian side, prompting the Israelis to say that they will respond forcefully. Whether or not that can be contained or whether it then escalates once again into a complete collapse of the ceasefire deal, that will really dictate how Donald Trump is going to be acting when he arrives here. He's due to be travelling to The Hague. We were saying earlier that we would be expecting him to be in a triumphant mood, given that he appeared to have pulled off the impossible and got two sworn enemies, Iran and Israel, to agree to a ceasefire deal. But if unfortunately the two sides are unable to sustain that agreement for a truce and it does collapse, then that puts a whole different angle, a whole different slant on Donald Trump's mood and how he will be acting when he meets with his allies. The allies here have bent over backwards to try to make this place as appealing as possible for him. The US president is no fan of NATO and has been more critical of his NATO allies than, for example, Vladimir Putin. And so they have been making the summit as small, as compact as possible. The communique at the end will be as short as possible, and it will be as loud as possible in terms of declaring all allies that they're going to be spending more on their defences, as Donald Trump has requested. But whether he is going to be wanting to talk about that instead of the Middle East, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Deborah, just very quickly, remind us of the timeline. What time is the Prime Minister expected? We just saw a picture of Mark Rutte speaking already, but when does the Prime Minister get there? When's President Trump meant to get there?
Well, the summit itself has actually been shortened because people were worried. They saw what happened at the G7 with Donald Trump leaving early, and they wanted to sort of limit the possibility that he might do the same here and quit, because a NATO summit without a US president is very hollow indeed, given America provides the majority of military power for the alliance, which is exactly something that Donald Trump is trying to correct. Leaders will be coming here over the course of the next few hours. They will all, though, it sort of kicks off really in the evening once Donald Trump arrives. There's going to be a dinner taking place, more of a kind of social event, and then the main business will be tomorrow with about a 3-hour meeting where they will be running through all the different events. You've got Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. He's also going to be here today at the summit. And of course, Ukraine, a massive issue on the agenda. And so the communique will be talking about not just defence spending, but also about Ukraine. And there is obviously friction there because allies don't all agree, in particular the United States, on how to describe Ukraine's future. Many want Ukraine to be part of the NATO club, but Donald Trump has made pretty clear that he doesn't see that happening anytime soon.
Deborah, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for that. And of course, make sure to tune into the final episode of Deborah's podcast, which has just dropped. We'll put up the QR code during this. There we go. The War Game final episode out now. President Zelensky mentioned just there, Mark, of course, carried out an exclusive interview with him last night, which we're going to get to in a moment, but delighted that Mark and Michael are both back. Let's just quickly cover off the breaking news, Michael. We touched on at the back end of last hour, but we're reminded of how fragile this ceasefire deal is. I mean, if we're really seeing Israel respond in kind with more missile attacks into Tehran at the moment, is the ceasefire already over, or is this sort of to be expected?
Well, it may be in trouble. I mean, Israel Katz, the Israeli defense minister, said we will respond forcefully. He didn't say with missiles. It might be with something else, but he said there will be a forceful response. There will be a return of some sort. We'll see what it is. If it is a missile response, then the chances are there will be another exchange of missiles. It's not impossible that this ceasefire cannot be reimposed, but it is delicate. It was always odd. A lot of us were saying last night, me included, that we thought that the war between Israel and Iran would carry on, whatever the Americans did, in some form. And that may well be the case, whether or not it's exchanges of missiles or sort of guerrilla warfare against each other's interests, which is entirely likely.
Mark, do you think either way President Trump shows up and claims victory at the NATO agreement? Or in fact, will he be on the phone as soon as he wakes up to both sides saying, you better not?
He's probably on the phone now. I mean, this means a lot to President Trump, particularly because of the NATO meeting. He wants to go there with having done the deal. And I think that he will be talking now, or making sure that Witkoff is talking, and that he will want this ceasefire to hold. But it is incredibly fragile. It was put together very quickly. And these are two countries who do not like each other.
Who's called the shots in all of this, Michael? President Trump or actually Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Oh, Netanyahu, undoubtedly. Because, I mean, Trump was involved in negotiations, the 60-day negotiating period, with the Iranians. And the Iranians are doing what they always do. They were negotiating, but they were hovering over details. They were trying to string it out. This is the way they do things. So for them, it was normal politics. And on the 61st day, when the 60 days had expired, the Israelis attacked. And from then on, Netanyahu was taking his opportunities. And Trump rode in behind him. It looked very much, it was the case, I think, that Trump was being manipulated by Netanyahu. But maybe to Trump's credit, his instinct was go in behind them, perform this act of destruction on particularly the Fordo nuclear site, and then we'll stop it. Now, that was a very opportunistic, dangerous thing to do. It may have worked, and if it's worked, you've got to give the man credit, because in one stroke, he will have created a sort of peace deal between Israel and Iran. He will have more or less destroyed the Iranian nuclear program, probably not forever, but certainly put it back a long way, and he will have acted decisively. But it's a very, very big risk, and I'm sure he took that decision on instinct rather than real advice. I mean, he will have talked to his advisors, but it was his instinct to row in behind the winner. But he was undoubtedly put in that position by Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm. Mark, as we said, he's obviously going to be coming to The Hague for the NATO summit. The man you spoke to last night doesn't know if he's going to be speaking to him.
Look, he'll be very keen to speak to... He'll be keen for two things. He'll be keen that the ceasefire holds Zelensky, because then there'll be more attention, one would imagine, on Ukraine. But the crucial thing, I think, speaking to him last night, was how keen he is to keep America on side. He could probably survive in this war with European help and minimal American help, but he couldn't really get very far. You would have to ask what the strategy is in those circumstances. But he needs America, he needs Trump on side, and he is very keen to get a meeting. Now, when I spoke to him and said, is a meeting fixed? He said, it's all about timing. We're trying to do it. Our people are speaking. But then at the end, he said, I'm not sure what will happen, to be frank. So, you know, nothing fixed. We'll see what happens.
Let's have a taste of Mark's exclusive with President Zelensky last night.
There is talk of NATO countries having this target for spending of 5% GDP on defence by 2035. That's 10 years away. Is that too slow, in your view?
Дуже повільно. Very slowly. In my view, this is slow, because we believe that starting from 2030, Putin can have significantly greater capabilities. Today, Ukraine is holding him up. He has no time to drill the army, and they are all getting annihilated and wiped out at the battlefield. In any case, he needs a pause. He needs sanctions to be lifted. He needs a drilled army, as he's got lots, more than 1 million people wounded or dead. Professional people who were professional warriors, and now he's got non-drilled ones. And 10 years is a very long time. He will have a new army ready by then.
Sorry, excuse me for interrupting, but do I understand you? Do you think that Putin could attack another NATO country within 5 years, test Article 5 within 5 years or fewer number of years?
Precisely so. I believe so.
A matter of months? Could he do it within months, do you think?
No. I believe he is not ready.
Well, Mark and Michael still here with us to discuss that. But first, let's get a snapshot take from Russia, from Moscow. Ivor Bennett's there for us. Ivor, I guess the question is, how's this interview going down there, but also a take on...
לא סביר שאני אליה את זה.
זה המפקד, זה מחליט וקובע.
אתה לקחת יותר מדי מילים. שרפת אייטם שלם, שרפת. זו הדרכה האחרונה שלי. למה? שבסתובבים גלקסי i10.
לשמוע את הכל בסביבות השעה 5:50 בבוקר. נכנסנו למרחב מוגן, לאחר מכן בתחנת המשטרה, קבלו דיווחים על הגענו למקום ונכנסנו לבניין שכביכול עליו נפל המפעיל ונכנסנו לקומות הראשונות לפני שעברנו. כל דלת שהייתה פתוחה נכנסנו והוצאנו אנשים והייתה איזה ידיים מנושאות שלא היה אפשר להגיע לאמא והילדה הייתה על הידיים שלה, אז הרמתי אותה על הידיים ויצאתי במותה ואחר כך
אדם באדם. מה אתה צריך? רגע, בבקשה. מה אתה צריך? אדם, מה אתה צריך? You're late. You're late.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
You're late.
Yeah.
It's really close to my home. Oh man. Yeah, like 100 meters. Yeah, crazy. I flew in the safe room. Like, crazy. And I had a little damage in my house. Very
No, not big damage. Yeah. Two doors broke. Okay.
I am from Respect because I respect.
אני הכנסתי, מה הבעיה?
לא, הוא באולפן הקטן, אנחנו באולפן הקטן. I can send you all the research. רוצה אותך בתמונה, אבל רגע, את הבניין. תגיד לי, יאללה, הלך שלוש דקות מהשיחה. תזכור את הצלם, לא?
Hi. How are you? We see each other on every scene. Hi. How are you?
Where's my team? אנחנו יום אחרי, תקשיב, 8.
הבן שלך, חבר טוב.
I sent you.
עכשיו, עומדים אחד ליד השני. אני רוצה להפרוץ, רחל, נתתי להם עוגיות, אני אומר לי מיד, זה דבר עכשיו, אני לא רואה.
מיליונר.
זה פעם לנו רקטה, אני לא רואה.
שמעת אותי, קורדינט 6, זה מדרום.
Breakfast, a reminder of the top story this hour after an extraordinary overnight set of social media posts. A few hours ago, Iran and Israel agreed to the US proposal of a ceasefire. Since that agreement a few hours ago, there have been reports of the fragility of the ceasefire, of missile exchanges that may have put it in question. That said, for now, it does appear to ultimately still be holding. Much more on that to come throughout the day here on Sky News, including the NATO summit in The Hague, where President Trump is expected. But we're now going to turn to Sky News' exclusive interview carried out by Mark Austin late yesterday with the Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Mr. President, first of all, Iran. Do you support the attacks on Iran? Because, of course, they were involved in Ukraine. They supplied Russia with drones and equipment. So do you support the attacks?
Yes. The destruction of their capabilities, their capability to build weapons that will kill people. So yes, I believe this is a powerful and correct move.
But isn't the fact that the strikes, the war, has drawn all the attention away from Ukraine, has drained many of the resources that may have gone to Ukraine, and isn't that a problem for you?
test. Okay.
How they're going to spend the money or find the money, because frankly they don't need to.
Yeah, of course, Pat McFadden suggests they weren't going to do a U-turn on welfare, but we shall see if that changes. A very, very busy day this morning on The Breakfast Show. We're out of time here, but Leah is up next with Sky News Today.
headlines. Breaking news, Israel says it will respond forcefully, claiming Iran has violated a new ceasefire after further Iranian missiles were detected. Well, there were fatalities on both sides overnight, including at least 5 people killed in an Iranian missile strike on this apartment block in southern Israel. President Trump announced the fragile truce overnight, calling on both sides not to violate it after Tehran launched missiles at a US base in Qatar. We'll bring you the latest live. Also today, the Prime Minister heads to the NATO summit in The Hague with a commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defence by 2035. In an exclusive interview with Sky News, Ukraine's President Zelensky warns Russia could attack a NATO member within 5 years.
We believe that starting from 2030, Putin can have significantly greater capabilities. Today, Ukraine is holding him up. He has no time to drill the army, and they are all getting annihilated.
And nearly 100 Labour MPs prepare to rebel against plans to cut disability benefits, which could result in a government defeat over its flagship welfare reforms. Good morning. We begin with breaking news as the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran appears to be on the brink of collapse. Israel claims Iran has fired missiles into its airspace just a couple of hours after the two countries had supposedly agreed to a truce put forward by US President Donald Trump. Well, Israel's defense minister says he's ordered the country's military to respond forcefully to Iran. Well, let's go live to Sky's Cordelia Lynch, who's in the southern Israeli city of Beersheba, where an apartment block was hit by an Iranian missile. Cordy, just bring us up to speed. What's the extent of the damage and what are people there saying to you?
Good morning to you. Well, the damage is extensive. You can see behind me, this is a 7-story building, totally destroyed. They've been clearing the rubble over the past few hours. It struck at around 6 o'clock this morning. 3 people in the same apartment, as we understand, were killed. Another person towards the entrance of the building. You can see some of these cars as well, completely covered in dust and debris. We have seen here just how fragile, how perilous this moment is. Now, we have heard from Israel. They are accusing Iran of a serious violation of the ceasefire. Now, this strike occurred before that ceasefire was brought into place at 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, the Israelis are accusing the Iranians of them firing a missile after the ceasefire and into northern Israel, about 2 hours from here. Now, there's some suggestion that they are trying to conflate what occurred here with that strike in the north. Iran deny any violation of the ceasefire. We've heard from state media there that there was no missile fired into Israel. So clearly, conflict rhetorically and uncertainty if there might be more physical conflict to come as well. Donald Trump yesterday spoke with great optimism, very declaratively about hopes for this truce, for peace, but it is very uncertain. We don't know what the hours ahead look like, and we see two sides that have spent the last 12 days in fierce opposition to another, still speaking of their right and their determination to respond forcefully if they have to. And Israel, in the past couple of hours, making clear they do intend to respond forcefully. We are also expecting to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. I think it is striking that very few other ministers are speaking. There is a kind of political silence that has set in. Clearly, Netanyahu wants to control this message, but exactly what that message might be in the next few hours is very unclear.
OK, Cordelia, thank you so much for that update there in southern Israel. We're just getting a few lines dropping from the Kremlin here, and it's saying that Russia has supported Iran with a clear position that it's backing Iran, essentially. and it intends that there'll be further developments with relations with Iran. This is coming directly from the Kremlin. They go on to talk about the damage at the Fordow nuclear site, saying at the moment the information that they have is that it's unclear to the extent of the damage. Another interesting line is that the Iranian foreign minister didn't pass Putin a letter. That's really quite interesting, isn't it? So lots of lines dropping at the moment. But the Iranian foreign minister brought messages to Putin from the Iranian leadership. So we're going to check in with our Moscow correspondent in the next few minutes. We'll talk a bit more about those lines breaking. But just to go back to David Blevins now, he's reporting on the hours leading up to the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. Take a look.
Through the debris of war, a path to peace. That's what President Trump says he's carved. A wave of attacks on Israel overnight, claiming lives in the moments leading up to a ceasefire. With the world preoccupied by ballistic missiles fired from Iran in retaliation for American airstrikes last weekend, Donald Trump engaged in high-stakes diplomacy, persuading Israel and, with Qatar's help, Iran to call a truce. The Israeli government announcing, in light of achieving the objectives of the operation and in full coordination with President Trump, Israel has agreed to the president's proposal for a bilateral ceasefire. Iran's missiles never reached their intended target, the largest US airbase in the Middle East. Intercepted one by one in the sky above Doha, no casualties reported on the ground. It caused panic at the time, but President Trump later revealed that Iran had given notice. An attack more theatrical than threatening, it seems. The White House already working on a peace plan.
The president's been extremely clear about America's national objective here. It is to create a world where Iran cannot build a nuclear weapon. For Israel, think about this. They've accomplished an important military objective. They've helped us destroy the Iranian nuclear program. They've also destroyed the conventional missile capability of Iran that threatened the country of Israel. For the Iranians, I think this is a new opportunity to actually pursue the path of peace.
But the bombs continued to fall for a time. Iran state television reporting the heaviest night of bombing in Tehran since the war began. Iran's foreign minister, who met Vladimir Putin yesterday, said military operations against Israel had continued until the very last minute, and that Iranian armed forces remain ready to defend the country until their last drop of blood. Declaring the ceasefire in effect, President Trump said, "Please do not violate it." Asked how long he expected it to last, he replied, "Forever." David Blevins, Sky News in Washington.
We have some pictures now of the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, leaving Downing Street and heading to that NATO summit in The Hague. We believe this is the Prime Minister entourage leaving. With that commitment, of course, to spend 5% on GDP by 2035. We'll bring you more on that shortly, but we're going to go to Deborah Haynes, our security and defence correspondent, who is in The Hague right now. And Deborah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because top of the agenda is European security, defence spending. I wonder how much the situation in Israel and Iran will overshadow proceedings. Morning.
Yes, it was always going to be the case ever since, not just the US, but when Israel launched its operation against Iran about a week and 12 days ago now, the concern amongst NATO allies was whether or not Donald Trump would even fly to the Netherlands to show up at the summit. And then, of course, America getting involved in the strikes over the weekend, followed by the Iranian retaliation last night. However, given that Donald Trump has come out and declared this ceasefire has taken place, whether or not it holds, he is still going to be travelling here to The Hague, and he, you know, if he has managed to achieve what he has said he has done in terms of bringing this conflict between two sworn foes to an end, albeit fragile, so swiftly, then you would imagine he'd be in quite a triumphant mood. And everything about the summit here, yes, of course, they will be talking on the sidelines about the Middle East and the implications of what's happening over there for European NATO security. But this whole summit has been choreographed to appeal to Donald Trump. He's made no secret of his disdain for a lot of his NATO allies, believing that they are freeloading off America's far greater military power to enjoy security here in Europe, and has been pushing on them to hit what he first touted as this 5% new defence spending target, up from a target of a mere 2% at the moment. And over the last few months, the head of NATO has been trying to rally the rest of the 31 member states to agree to this new target, and he has managed to achieve that. So all of the leaders will sign up to a new defence spending pledge here in The Hague. But the devil is in the details, frankly, and there was a lot of criticism that actually this is more about smoke and mirrors and sounding tough than genuine hard fighting power. Why is that? Well, first of all, the time frame for this. It's a 10-year time frame, which, you know, Vladimir Zelensky, when he gave an interview yesterday to Sky's Mark Austin, questioned the timeline, saying that was very slow, and also pointing to the fact that he believes Russia could test Article 5, test a NATO member state with military force within the next 5 years. And then the actual quantities that are being spent, yes, the headline figure is 5% of GDP, but broken down, it goes to 3.5% spent on core defence, which, let's face it, if that is what happens, that's a big number. And then 1.5% of GDP to be spent on a more nebulous bucket of lists of things that are being sort of earmarked as security and national resilience. And the UK government is saying that by 2027, they're going to be hitting 4.1% of GDP on this new defence spending target. And that sounds pretty impressive, but again, you need to look at the numbers. Keir Starmer has already said that he was going to be hitting 2.6% of GDP on defence. And then if this 1.5% is going to be investment in areas such as maybe power or energy infrastructure that have already been announced, then it is no new money, it's just new numbers.
OK, Deborah, thank you very much. Well, Ukraine's president has warned that Russia could attack NATO. says he's ordered the country's military to hit back at Iran, claiming they violated a ceasefire deal. Well, only a short time ago, the two countries claimed to have agreed a truce put forward by Donald Trump. Well, let's take you through what's led up to today's events. In the early hours of Friday, the 13th of June, Israel launched airstrikes targeting Iran. Israel said they were specifically aimed at nuclear sites and the leadership of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. About 18 hours after the initial Israeli strikes, Iran retaliated by firing around 100 ballistic missiles and drones at Israel. Meanwhile, Israel says its air force has hit dozens of targets in Tehran. On Sunday, as both sides continue to exchange strikes, President Trump allegedly rejected an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. Then, on the 19th, Donald Trump gave Iran a 2-week deadline to unconditionally surrender. But that turned out to be much shorter than expected, just 2 days. And on Saturday night, the president announced America had struck and totally and completely obliterated Iran's key nuclear enrichment sites. Yesterday, Iran fired missiles towards a US airbase in Qatar, which were intercepted by Qatari defences. Iran gave advance warning of the attack, of course. Overnight, Donald Trump said both Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, bringing an official end to what he called the 12-day war. Now, Iranian media later reported the ceasefire had begun, with state TV saying Trump begged for the deal, and a few hours later, Israel released a statement announcing they'd agreed to the ceasefire. A lot has happened, but it would seem that this is not necessarily the case, with Israel now claiming missiles have been launched by Iran. Well, I'm joined now by our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. What do you make of these alleged strikes, then, and what they mean for the ceasefire and how fragile it is? Michael, morning.
Yeah, morning, Leah. I mean, in one sense, it's in a way to be expected. Ceasefires do tend to be fragile, particularly in the first few hours. So it's not clear whether these launches from Iran were absolutely intended by Tehran, or whether they've been carried out by a subgroup of the IRGC, the Iranian Republican Guard Corps. You're never sure about that, but the Israelis are saying we will react. Israel Katz, the Israeli defense minister, said this is a grave, I think he said systemic breach of the ceasefire. That's not clear yet, but that the Israelis will react with strikes against Iran. Now, what those strikes might consist of, we don't really know. It would be better if the Israelis struck in a different way rather than launching their own missiles back at Iran. So we'll see in the next few hours whether this is the sort of the wrinkle that you often get in ceasefire arrangements in the first few hours, or whether it is actually a breakdown of the ceasefire. I guess we'll know by the end of today.
Interesting, isn't it, Michael? But if the ceasefire stands, I mean, what does it mean in the long term, and who do you think are the winners?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, the Iranians, they need a ceasefire because their system is being dismantled. I mean, their nuclear program has certainly been badly affected. I'm fairly sure, as most people think, it hasn't been completely eliminated, because it really can't be, but it's certainly been put back a long way. And there are all sorts of reasons for believing the Iranians could continue with a secret program from here on. But they've certainly suffered because of it, and their military structure is being dismantled, and their governmental structure is being dismantled by increasing Israeli air attacks. So they want a ceasefire. I think it suits the Israelis not to have a ceasefire. They're going along with it because President Trump has declared it, and they don't want to antagonize him. But I think it would suit the Israelis to see this ceasefire break down, because their work is not done. From their point of view, they want to dismantle more of the Iranian governmental structure, more of the military structure. They say at the moment publicly that they've assassinated, or they've eliminated 11 important Iranian nuclear scientists so far. I'm sure they'll want to actually eliminate a lot more, and there's a lot more damage they will want to try to do to the Iranian Republican Guard Corps, who are the guts of the Iranian revolution. You know, Khamenei, the supreme leader, is a very old man in his mid-80s. It's not clear what the succession will be, but what is clear about Iranian politics is that the IRGC are extremely powerful, and in a sense they will dominate the successor to Khamenei when he departs the scene. So the Israelis really want to damage the IRGC or even make it collapse as much as they possibly can. So I think the Israelis would be happy to carry on for a while yet. Whether they will be able to, we'll see, and we'll hear what President Trump says about the ceasefire or the ceasefire breaking down, presumably during the course of today.
OK, Michael, always great to talk to you. Thank you. OK, let's take a look at today's weather.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
It's looking unsettled into next week, but the southeast will stay relatively dry. It'll be warm and humid there today, near average elsewhere, with a brisk wind easing slowly. Central and southern England will see long sunny spells developing this afternoon, although the dull, damp southwest will take a while to brighten. Wales looks mostly rather grey and drizzly throughout, and elsewhere, most places will see at least some sunny breaks developing as patchy early rain and drizzle turn more showery.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, in an exclusive sit-down, Ukraine's president says sanctions on Kremlin aren't working, the British missile components getting into Russian hands.
Turkey is burying its dead.
Whole families died in this collapse. Generations wiped out. I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
Anyone could say, I'll do that, and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
Sky News. Get the full story first.
in Qatar.
طبعا كانت جلسة المباحثات اللي بيني وبين دولة الرئيس تبعت لقاء دولة الرئيس مع سمو الأمير، وتناقشنا حول العلاقات الثنائية والتعاون بين البلدين. طبعا كان هناك حديث عن الإمكانيات التي من الممكن أن نعمل فيها سويا لدعم الأشقاء في لبنان ودعم الاستقرار في لبنان. كان من أحد أهم الملفات اللي تطرقنا لها ملف الطاقة وكيفية العمل سويا على تطوير وإعادة تأهيل البنية التحتية للطاقة، حيث كان هناك مباحث.
Leave this press conference for now while we arrange translation, but let's go back to Ukraine's president, because he's warned, hasn't he, that Russia could attack a NATO country within.
our regional partners with regards to this event. We were surprised with regards to this attack from and we need to praise the armed forces of our country. With regards to the intelligence received about the attack, up to the time when the attack has been defended. The armed forces of Qatar have actually deterred these attacks. In the press conference yesterday, that the artillery air defenses have actually has made sure to meet this. We thank all the our friends, countries. We would like to thank all those in the GCC countries for supporting Qatar. For Kuwait, for example, I'm going to receive all the foreign ministers of the GCC. I want to point to various points here. We have to look at the events with high responsibility. There are many outrageous attacks on various countries. These random and irresponsible behaviors could lead the region to a more difficult situation. After we received the hit, we have, based on the instructions from the Emir, we are looking at all the various scenarios. We are looking at the situation with wisdom. Of course, the message that we want to give, that Qatar we have some capabilities. The armed forces show that Qatar can defend itself. And we are all one nation. After this attack, there were some communications precipitated with Trump. It was a long talk to deal with, or to talk about how to deal with this event. And it was a chance to announce for the ceasefire. The American administration asked us to communicate with Iran. which has resulted in the announcement for this announcement or for the ceasefire. We leave this to the diplomatic route. We encourage both parties, the Americans and the Iranians, to go to the negotiating table. Qatar has always sought that route, and not to have any nuclear weapons. We want to keep the interests of all, that will guarantee the interests for all parties. We have just received a phone call from the Iranian president. We have explained clearly that Qatar is a neighboring country and did not expect that Qatar did not expect this kind of behavior. All the attempts to calm this situation, to deal with the matter with wisdom, and Qatar would not accept this kind of behavior. We hope that the situation will be contained as soon as possible. We should not forget this is an expansion of the conflict which is happening for those our brothers in Gaza. We would like to avoid this kind of expansion of this conflict. Our endeavors, Qatari endeavors, will continue to reach a ceasefire as soon as possible. We are in constant talks with regards to what's happening in the region. We would hope to reach a ceasefire or stop the war and stop the suffering. We need to stand together, and the attacks from the Israelis are irresponsible for the aggression on our brothers in Gaza. I'd like to thank everybody here, and I'd like to thank the President for visiting us with regards to Lebanon, and we wish for Lebanon all the best. Thank you. I would like to thank you.
We've just been hearing there from the Qatari Prime Minister. Various lines, really interesting. One of the one that picked my attention was him saying that the US asked the Qatari Prime Minister to communicate with Iran to manage the ceasefire that we heard about earlier this morning, and that they made significant communications to make that happen. So that was a line that was really interesting. Of course, the fragility of that ceasefire hangs in the balance currently. But he also said, the Qatari Prime Minister, that the Iranian attack on that US airbase, the largest in the Middle East, was unacceptable. And there was a call from the Iranian leadership to Qatar, and they said they didn't expect this type of behaviour. So two of the big lines coming out of that press conference. We'll bring you up to date with reaction to that press conference throughout the morning and the afternoon. And the fragile ceasefire, as I said, between Israel and Iran appears to be on the brink of collapse. Israel claims Iran has fired missiles into its airspace just a couple of hours after the two countries had supposedly agreed to a truce. And this was put forward by US President Donald Trump with the help of Qatar. Israel's defense minister says he's ordered the country's military to respond forcefully to Iran, but Iranian state media denies violating that deal. Well, Sky's Cordelia Lynch has the latest for you from southern Israel and the city of Beersheba, where an apartment block was hit by an Iranian missile.
The damage is extensive. You can see behind me, this is a 7-story building, totally destroyed. They've been clearing the rubble over the past few hours. It struck at around 6 o'clock this morning. 3 people in the same apartment, as we understand, were killed. Another person towards the entrance of the building. You can see some of these cars as well, completely covered in dust and debris. We have seen here just how fragile, how perilous this moment is. Now, we have heard from Israel. They are accusing Iran of a serious violation of the ceasefire. Now, this strike occurred before that ceasefire was brought into place at 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, the Israelis are accusing the Iranians of them firing a missile after the ceasefire and into northern Israel, about 2 hours from here. Now, there's some suggestion that they are trying to conflate what occurred here with that strike in the north. Iran deny any violation of the ceasefire. We've heard from state media there that there was no missile fired into Israel. So clearly, conflict rhetorically and uncertainty if there might be more physical conflict to come as well. Donald Trump yesterday spoke with great optimism, very declaratively about hopes for this truce, for peace, but it is very uncertain. We don't know what the hours ahead look like, and we see two sides that have spent the last 12 days in fierce opposition to another, still speaking of their right and their determination to respond forcefully if they have to.
Going to some live pictures now of the Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. This is Air Force One awaiting President Trump to board and head to The Hague. We know the agenda of the NATO summit has been significantly shortened compared to, I suppose, typical summits, in part due to statements that Donald Trump prefers briefer meetings. So that's the latest picture there coming in from Maryland. Sky's David Blevins reports now from Washington on the hours leading up to that ceasefire agreement.
Through the debris of war, a path to peace. That's what President Trump says he's carved. A wave of attacks on Israel overnight, claiming lives in the moments leading up to a ceasefire. With the world preoccupied by ballistic missiles fired from Iran in retaliation for American airstrikes last weekend, Donald Trump engaged in high-stakes diplomacy, persuading Israel and, with Qatar's help, Iran to call a truce. The Israeli government announcing, in light of achieving the objectives of the operation and in full coordination with President Trump, Israel has agreed to the president's proposal for a bilateral ceasefire. Iran's missiles never reached their intended target, the largest US airbase in the Middle East. Intercepted one by one in the sky above Doha, no casualties reported on the ground. It caused panic at the time, but President Trump later revealed that Iran had given notice. An attack more theatrical than threatening, it seems. The White House already working on a peace plan.
The president's been extremely clear about America's national objective here. It is to create a world where Iran cannot build a nuclear weapon. For Israel, think about this. They've accomplished an important military objective. They've helped us destroy the Iranian nuclear program. They've also destroyed the conventional missile capability of Iran that threatened the country of Israel. For the Iranians, I think this is a new opportunity to actually pursue the path of peace.
But the bombs continued to fall for a time. Iran state television reporting the heaviest night of bombing in Tehran since the war began. Iran's foreign minister, who met Vladimir Putin yesterday, said military operations against Israel had continued until the very last minute, and that Iranian armed forces remain ready to defend the country until their last drop of blood. Declaring the ceasefire in effect, President Trump said, "Please do not violate it." Asked how long he expected it to last, he replied, "Forever." David Blevins, Sky News in Washington.
Also this morning, reports at least 25 people have been killed after witnesses claimed Israeli forces opened fire near aid trucks in Gaza. Now, the Al-Dir hospital, which received the victims, said people were waiting for the trucks on a road. This was just south of Wadi in Gaza, where it happened. And we'll bring you more on that as and when we get it. Now, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is heading to the NATO's Leaders Summit. This is in The Hague, where he'll pledge to boost spending on defence and security to 5% by 2035. He's left Downing Street in the last hour also on his way to this crucial two-day summit. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, has the latest for you from The Hague on the situation in the Middle East and how that may overshadow proceedings.
Yes, it was always going to be the case ever since, not just the US, but when Israel launched its operation against Iran about a week and a half, well, 12 days ago now, the concern amongst NATO allies was whether or not Donald Trump would even fly to the Netherlands to show up at the summit. And then, of course, America getting involved in the strikes over the weekend, followed by the Iranian retaliation last night. However, given that Donald Trump has come out and declared this ceasefire has taken place, whether or not it holds, he is still going to be travelling here to The Hague, and if he has managed to achieve what he has said he has done in terms of bringing this conflict between two sworn foes to an end, albeit fragile, so swiftly, then you would imagine he'd be in quite a triumphant mood. And everything about the summit here, yes, of course, they will be talking on the sidelines about the Middle East and the implications of what's happening over there for European NATO security. But this whole summit has been choreographed to appeal to Donald Trump. He's made no secret of his disdain for a lot of his NATO allies, believing that they are freeloading off America's far greater military power to enjoy security here in Europe, and has been pushing on them to hit what he first touted as this 5% new defence spending target, up from a target of a mere 2% at the moment. And over the last few months, the head of NATO has been trying to rally the rest of the 31 member states to agree to this new target, and he has managed to achieve that. So all of the leaders will sign up to a new defence spending pledge here in The Hague, but the devil is in the details, frankly, and there was a lot of criticism that actually this is more about smoke and mirrors and sounding tough than genuine hard fighting power. Why is that? Well, first of all, the time frame for this. It's a 10-year time frame, which, Vladimir Zelensky, when he gave an interview yesterday to Sky's Mark Austin, questioned the timeline, saying that was very slow, and also pointing to the fact that he believes Russia could test Article 5, test a NATO member state with military force within the next 5 years. And then the actual quantities that are being spent, yes, the headline figure is 5% of GDP, but broken down, it goes to 3.5% spent on core defence, which, let's face it, if that is what happens, that's a big number. And then 1.5% of GDP to be spent on a more nebulous bucket of lists of things that are being sort of earmarked as security and national resilience. And the UK government is saying that by 2027, they're going to be hitting 4.1% of GDP on this new defence spending target, and that sounds pretty impressive. But again, you need to look at the numbers. Keir Starmer has already said that he was going to be hitting 2.6% of GDP on defence. And then if this 1.5% is going to be investment in areas such as maybe power or energy infrastructure that have already been announced, then it is no new money, it's just new numbers.
Ukraine's president has warned that Russia could attack NATO within 5 years. Speaking exclusively to Sky News presenter Mark Austin ahead of today's NATO summit, Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia was arming itself and preparing for war, and NATO countries needed to spend more on defence. He also told us that British companies are still helping to arm Russia despite sanctions.
There is talk of NATO countries having this target for spending of 5% GDP on defence by 2035. That's 10 years away. Is that too slow in your view?
Very slowly. In my view, this is slow because we believe that starting from 2030, Putin can have significantly greater capabilities. Today, Ukraine is holding him up. He has no time to drill the army, and they are all getting annihilated and wiped out at the battlefield. In any case, he needs a pause. He needs sanctions to be lifted. He needs a drilled army, as he's got lots, more than 1 million people wounded or dead. Professional people who were professional warriors. And now he's got non-drilled ones. And 10 years is a very long time. He will have a new army ready by then.
Sorry, excuse me for interrupting, but do I understand you? Do you think that Putin could attack another NATO country within 5 years, test Article 5 within 5 years or fewer number of years?
Precisely so. I believe so.
A matter of months? Could he do it within months, do you think?
No, I believe he is not ready.
And you can watch the full version of Mark's interview with Zelensky throughout the day here on Sky News, or you can scan the QR code. It's on the screen right now. It's coming up. It will be there. Let's go to our Moscow correspondent in the meantime, Ivor Bennett. He has the latest analysis from Russia.
We've heard from the Kremlin, its spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who was asked about those comments from Volodymyr Zelensky. And as expected, Moscow's riposte was to accuse NATO of being guilty of aggression and provocation. He said that NATO is rampantly militarizing, pointing to its increase in defence spending, and said this is an alliance created for confrontation. It is not an instrument of peace, he said. And he accused NATO of using Russia or painting Russia as a monster to justify this increase in defence spending. But clearly, Volodymyr Zelensky doesn't believe that. He warns that Russia is likely to or could attack a NATO country within 5 years, as you heard, a very stark warning. And his reasoning for that is the fact that defence spending, a hike of 5% by 2035, a decade from now, is very slow. And with this interview, I think he's really trying to ring the alarm bells ahead of this NATO summit, hoping NATO leaders take note of what he believes is at stake here, because he knows that he is facing a fight for relevance right now. And I think that still stands despite this apparent ceasefire that Donald Trump has broken between Israel and Iran, because even before the war, Donald Trump was starting to back away seemingly from his attempts to reach a peace deal in Ukraine. And even if this ceasefire does hold, I think it will, the fear that Ukraine has is that it will still suck up and absorb all of Donald Trump's attention, because it's not an end point. There are still fears over what a weakened Iran will do, and this ultimate goal for Donald Trump still stands, and that is to bring Iran back to the negotiating table, make a deal on the nuclear program. And so long as that still stands, I think the fear for Ukraine is that Donald Trump will be less and less likely to push Vladimir Putin towards a peace deal, and that's a big worry for Ukraine, because US military support is, of course, vital on the battlefield, and US diplomatic support is vital for Ukraine on the negotiating table. So lots for Volodymyr Zelensky to worry about as this threat of a wider war in the Middle East continues.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up, why plans for an AI overhaul of the healthcare system could be putting patients and their data at risk. The President of Israel, Isaac Herzog.
Which has decided simply to destroy and hurt and kill. And what we have done successfully in this operation is to remove the Iranian nuclear threat looming above Israel, the region, and the free world. In this respect, I commend the Israeli leadership, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the cabinet, and of course the Israeli military. I commend and thank wholeheartedly President Donald Trump and of course the US Air Force. And I commend all those who have been involved in this operation, meaning an operation that clearly has a direct impact on the well-being and safety of the world, the region, and the state of Israel. It's so tragic that it has to do with such a heavy loss, but historically speaking, it's a major step forward. And I hope that with it will also enable process forward for inclusion, for peace, and a better future for all of us in the region. This has to start with bringing our hostages back home as soon as possible. And I pray and hope that all the necessary steps will be taken so that we will have our sons and daughters back home from Gaza. Thank you very much. אני אעשה בעברית עכשיו, וגם מיכל אחריי.
Okay, just a brief statement there from Isaac Herzog thanking the US support in those strikes on Iran. Okay, let's take a look at the weather.
deal he's presented to the world all the way through last night. He was making the world aware of it through his social media posts, a very unique way to announce a ceasefire. Sometimes it was confusing, we weren't quite sure what was happening. But he's angry with both parties, but in two different ways, I think. First of all, there is this, again, on social media, posting to Israel to call back its jets, to not drop bombs on Iran. Now, again, there has been confusion here. There was, a wave of ballistic missiles up until the ceasefire deadline. But after that, Israel said they had seen 2 missiles fired. Neither of those caused any damage, but they promised to retaliate. We don't know what that retaliation looks like. Actually, Donald Trump's statement that the jets needs to come home, that's sort of the best intel we've had so far, that jets are in the air, that they're intending to strike Tehran, as the defense minister of Israel said. The other thing that Donald Trump said that he sounded annoyed about too, and as you say, he sounded more annoyed with Israel than with Iran, is this idea that after the ceasefire was announced, but before it had taken effect, Israel was hitting Tehran hard. And we know that's the case because they put out a statement today, the Israeli government, saying over the last 24 hours they'd killed hundreds of operatives, they said, as well as another nuclear scientist working on Iran's nuclear weapons program. That was all before the ceasefire, and that is how Israel and many other countries have conducted themselves. We've seen that in the war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. That ceasefire was announced. It wasn't brokered by President Trump, of course, but when that was announced, Israel kept hitting Beirut right up until the moment. So the ceasefire was about to happen, but they kept going. So perhaps that's what they thought was the case in this go. Iran clearly thought the same because they were firing ballistic missiles right up into the deadline. But that has really irked President Trump in a really, really big way. And I think perhaps his upset with Israel is that he's seen himself as coming to Israel's aid. He's delivered those B-2 bombers, that really daring, surprising assault on Iran's Fordo nuclear site. That's what he thinks he's done for Israel, and also delivered a ceasefire. So for that to be in jeopardy, well, you just saw how furious he was coming off that plane. Whether that has an effect, whether those planes do come back, whether those bombs are not dropped, we simply do not know yet. It's been a confusing, fast-moving day. A ceasefire still apparently exists. It may be tenuous, but I think Donald Trump is going to be watching that closely. This is a really firm, clear message, especially to the Israeli side.
Interesting to hear. One of his other messages was, do not drop the bombs. If you do, it's a major violation. Tom, thank you so much for now. Well, earlier, Sky's Cordelia Lynch visited a site of a missile strike in southern Israeli city of Beersheba, where an apartment block was hit by an Iranian missile, and she sent us this.
The damage is extensive. You can see behind me, this is a 7-story building, totally destroyed. They've been clearing the rubble over the past few hours. It struck at around 6 o'clock this morning. 3 people in the same apartment, as we understand, were killed. Another person towards the entrance of the building. You can see some of these cars as well, completely covered in dust and debris. We have seen here just how fragile, how perilous this moment is. Now, we have heard from Israel. They are accusing Iran of a serious violation of the ceasefire. Now, this strike occurred before that ceasefire was brought into place at 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, the Israelis are accusing the Iranians of them firing a missile after the ceasefire and into northern Israel, about 2 hours from here. Now, there's some suggestion that they are trying to conflate what occurred here with that strike in the north. Iran deny any violation of the ceasefire. We've heard from state media there that there was no missile fired into Israel. So clearly, conflict rhetorically and uncertainty if there might be more physical conflict to come as well. Donald Trump yesterday spoke with great optimism, very declaratively about hopes for this truce, for peace, but it is very uncertain. We don't know what the hours ahead look like, and we see two sides that have spent the last 12 days in fierce opposition to another, still speaking of their right and their determination to respond forcefully if they have to.
Israel's President Isaac Herzog has also been to Beersheba to witness the damage, and he gave this update.
We are facing an evil enemy which has decided simply to destroy and hurt and kill. And what we have done successfully in this operation is to remove the Iranian nuclear threat looming above Israel, the region, and the free world. It will also enable process forward for inclusion, for peace, and a better future for all of us in the region. This has to start with bringing our hostages back home as soon as possible.
Well, speaking in the last hour, the Prime Minister of Qatar expressed his surprise at the attacks last night from Iran, but also called for an end to the suffering in the region.
There are many outrageous attacks on various countries. Their random and irresponsible behaviours could lead the region to a more difficult situation. The message that we want to give, that Qatar, we have some capabilities. The armed forces show that Qatar can defend itself. After this attack, there were some talks facilitated with Trump. It was a long talk to talk about how to deal with this event. The American administration asked us to talk with Iran. We have just received a phone call from the Iranian president. We have explained clearly that Qatar is a neighbouring country and did not expect this kind of behaviour. We would hope to reach a ceasefire. Stop the war and stop the suffering. We need to stand together. The attacks from the Israelis are irresponsible.
Well, also this morning there were reports at least 25 people have been killed after witnesses claimed Israeli forces opened fire near aid trucks in Gaza. The Al-Da hospital, which received the victims, said people were waiting for the trucks on a road south of Wadi in Gaza when the attack happened. And we'll bring you more on that if we get it through the afternoon. Now, we saw a few moments ago that the Prime Minister has arrived in the Netherlands for that upcoming NATO summit. And on landing, he said Israel and Iran must get back to a ceasefire. The sooner we get back to a ceasefire, the better, he said. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, has the latest from The Hague on how the situation in the Middle East may overshadow proceedings.
Yes, it was always going to be the case ever since, not just the US, but when Israel launched its operation against Iran about a week and 12 days ago now, the concern amongst NATO allies was whether or not Donald Trump would even fly to the Netherlands to show up at the summit. And then, of course, America getting involved in the strikes over the weekend, followed by the Iranian retaliation last night. However, given that Donald Trump has come out and declared this ceasefire has taken place, whether or not it holds, he is still going to be travelling here to The Hague, and if he has managed to achieve what he has said he has done in terms of bringing this conflict between two sworn foes to an end, albeit fragile, so swiftly, then you would imagine he'd be in quite a triumphant mood. And everything about the summit here, yes, of course, they will be talking on the sidelines about the Middle East and the implications of what's happening over there for European NATO security.
אנחנו הולכים. איפה נעשה לך? כן, אבל זה התחמם ונכבה. אמיר הולך, פעם ראשונה. היום? כן, מהחום פתאום נכבה. קיוויתי והדלקתי את זה המשיך, אבל אמרתי לא ניקח סיכון. אני חשבתי, אמרתי, טוב, זה לא יכול להיות, הוא היה מראה. אנחנו הולכים, שלמה, הכל של... רגע, רויטר צפות? רויטר שם. באותו פריק. איפה רויטר? שם.
סינן, אתה רואה אותו הגדול?
כן, אולי אני עומד לידו. אני גם חושב. יש מספיק תומר. זה לא עכשיו כל העולם מדבר על זה כל היום. לא, עכשיו מדברים על שם. מה קורה עם בעזה? מה קורה עם בעזה? זה השאלה בעולם. אני מסכים לזה כולל עזה.
או שתשתה אותם ותשאיר את הבקבוק.
לא, אני מחויב עם המים, לא רוצה יותר, כי אני מגיע לאיזה שלב ואני זה המצלמה שלי, חוק עליו. בסדר, יופי, תודה. מה? No, another 2 hours. Yeah, because Jorge is left. So we can eat it. Yeah. Finita chi lo sa, chi lo sa, chi lo sa.
No, lo dico perché Trump ha detto non va fermare a sparare a no, qualcosa che questi 3 giorni non fa. Non è come dire, campo no. Vorrei ritornare ai miei colori, adesso io non ho ma lui mi ha detto quello per lei stesso non ha brave righe lui l'ha poi parlavo con lei
Sky News that Benjamin Netanyahu then stopped an ongoing operation with dozens of planes preparing to attack targets in Iran, the aircraft returning to base. Trump's pleased-looking deputy, J.D. Vance, was in a TV studio when the ceasefire was announced.
Complete and total ceasefire is what he typed.
Yep.
What does that mean? How did it come about? What's the development here?
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line. I think
he had help, reportedly, from the leader of Qatar. But it's clear that all sides are looking for a way to de-escalate. Just hours after Iran fired missiles at a US base in the region, which followed this audacious assault by the Americans on the Iranian nuclear facility at Fordo. Although tenuous, this ceasefire has been accepted and embraced by the Israelis. The IDF has met all of its objectives, said the spokesman. Iran, too, claimed victory on state TV. We continued to punish the Israelis until the very last minute, assures this presenter.
What the
After 12 days of war, this ceasefire has surprised many. But the underlying issues remain, as does the deep-rooted hatred. The language of diplomacy, however, has definitely changed. John Sparks, Sky News.
Well, I'm joined now by Iran's ambassador to the UK, Saeed Ali Mousavi. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. President Donald Trump has described the current situation as a total and complete ceasefire. After 12 days of conflict, in the eyes of your government, is this an end now to this war?
Thank you so much for Sky News and you, Yalda, for this interview. Regarding for the current condition, first of all, let me reiterate regarding that the wrongfulness and criminality of the acts made by Israeli regime and American regime to war against my country, Iran. All they action at the act of aggression, and according to the international law and different documents, international documents and treaties, they are all of them the violation of the international law. There is no doubt about it. And regarding for the current situation, I think that according to our narration is halting of the aggression. The halting of aggression from aggressors, you see that would be very important phase to us that we are defending ourselves. If they want to attack again us and making another aggressions to against the Iranian nations and Iranian people, there's certainly Iranian people are determined to defend themselves, and so I do believe that. Yes, please.
Mr. Ambassador, you described there the aggression of the United States, and I know you're referring to the bombs that the US dropped on those 3 nuclear sites in Iran. But are you now thankful to Donald Trump for brokering this deal and stopping this war? Because, of course, of the 2 parties, Iran is more bruised. You've had more deaths in Iran. There's been more destruction in Iran than there has in Israel. So are you thankful tonight to the US president?
Not at all, not at all. Because the American regime, as the aggressor regime, you know, we have international law, we have a United Nations Charter, and there are a lot of means and ways for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Although that we have no any disputes, we have only some misunderstanding and some ambiguities regarding for the Iranian. They, of course, they claim that because the Iranian side is very cooperative with the IAEA, and you see that we were ready to eliminate any ambiguities and misunderstandings. You see that if you want to make one criminal act against my country, and the other hand, I should thank the aggressor, it's a very ridiculous.
Mr. Ambassador, what would you say to neighbouring Arab countries who view the acts of Iran in the last 24 hours as aggressive? And I would, namely, the state of Qatar, where the people of Qatar saw a volley of ballistic missiles flying over the skies of Doha. Now, I know the aim of that was a US airbase, but the fact is you launched these airstrikes, these ballistic missiles on the state of Qatar, which is a friendly neighbor to you.
We are defending ourselves. This is the fact. Because of the aggression made by the American regime and before that the Israeli regime against our territory, against the Iranian people, there is certainly that we have a right to self-defense. And according to the realization of this right, that we are going to and now defending ourselves, defending our people, defending our territory. That's it. Regarding our reaction to the aggression made by the American side, American regime, against the Iranian nuclear facilities, we have a very proportionate and as well as very limited action according to the international law against two U.S. military base in Qatar. That we declare to the state of Qatar, that the state of Qatar is one of our neighbors, that we have a very good and constructive relations with our neighbors, including the state of Qatar. And as you see today, our President Pezeshkian, and our Minister, Dr. Araghchi, had a telephone conversation with the officials of the state of Qatar, and we assured them that there is no any wrongful intent from the Iranian side against the Qatari people and Qatari government. And so as we, what we act only defending ourselves against the one aggressor and the military, base of the American regime
of the United States. But Mr. Ambassador, there was a strongly worded statement from the Qatari foreign ministry saying they too have a right to retaliate if this situation escalates. Do you see how dangerous the situation could have gotten if there was some kind of miscalculation?
You see, I think that the Qatari intention, Qatari determined, good faith towards the Iranian government and Iranian people. They understand everything. We had a very good consultations. We had a good telephone conversation with the different officials between two countries, and the Qatari distinguished Qatari officials knows everything. And for this, regarding for the halting of the aggression, we had some contact with the Americans through the Qatari officials. And so they are playing very good, good role according to the good faith to control this condition originated by Israeli regime and American side.
Mr. Ambassador, can I just ask you finally, given the events of the last 12 months, and we've talked about the fact that regime leaders, commanders have been killed, nuclear facilities have been destroyed, is Iran now willing to come back to the negotiating table and also change the way in which it deals with the United States, with Israel?
We were in the middle of the negotiations. Who destroyed this channel? Israeli regime, Netanyahu, and as well as after the aggression made by the American regime. We were in the negotiation. So our priority, there is no doubt that would be the diplomacy and negotiation. But condition two, that subject to that all of the hostilities against all of the aggressive activities against our countries and our people should be stopped. And so at that time that we are going to mention our positions according to our rights, according to our international obligations. There is no, this is the firm decision of the Iranian side.
Mr. Ambassador, we're grateful for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Donald Trump has been speaking to reporters on Air Force One on his way to the NATO summit in The Hague. Let's just have a listen to what he had to say.
Do you want any consequences for Israel or Iran for breaking?
They didn't do anything. No, they didn't do anything. They would have if I put out a statement on truth, and they didn't do anything.
Sir, are you confident that this might not happen again? Say in a couple weeks that...
Tired of it. I think they don't want it to happen again. And Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon, by the way. I think it's the last thing on their mind right now.
Mr. President, did Iran make any commitments yesterday about uranium enrichment?
About what?
About uranium enrichment.
They're not going to have enrichment, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they know that. They're going to get on to being a great trading nation. You know, they're very good traders. And they're going to be a great trading nation, and they have a lot of oil. They're going to do well. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
So did they promise?
The last thing on Iran's mind right now is nuclear weapons.
Can you clarify what you meant when you mentioned regime change in your Truth Social post the other night?
Which?
Regime change. No. Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job, which is exactly where I've been saying for years. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But we're going to be with, where's Marco? I think Marco's here someplace. You know, our great Secretary of State. But we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, the last thing on their minds is nuclear weapons. They don't even want to think about nuclear. And our B-2 pilots made this all possible. They had a magnificent hit in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. They hit the target perfectly, wiped it out. And the press is very disrespectful. I saw CNN fake news going, well, maybe it wasn't a perfect hit, it was perfect. They said maybe it did destroy it. We agree, it did destroy it, but maybe it could have destroyed it more. No, it couldn't have destroyed it more. Everyone hit, and it's very disrespectful to those great geniuses and patriots that flew those planes through tremendous danger. So CNN and MSDNC are a disgrace. And so are the others. I mean, they're pretty much all a disgrace. But it's an amazing period of time. Now we're going to NATO, and we'll get a new set of problems. We'll solve a new set of problems.
Do you think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
Yeah, probably. I'll see him. Yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing?